national anthem led by the honourable member for Windsor West.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand bras se porte l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
For l'on ouvre le pont. Alors, order. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party is constantly congratulating itself on being the great defender of supply management, and yet it didn't hesitate to abandon dairy producers when it made its trade deal with Europe. It left them with an inadequate and improvised compensation plan. It's doing the same thing with the TPP. The Bloc Québécois stands firmly against the concessions made in the TPP. We also stand against the carelessness of the Liberals in hurrying to make an agreement, but not in much of a hurry to help these people out. In 2015, they said they would reevaluate the compensation plan, but now they're consulting. As far as we're concerned, we don't need endless consultations to see that Quebec producers are once again being taken for fools. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
He is an organization founded to champion the interests of young women working in the energy sector. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Maud Ramsey, one of an impressive group of 2017 Young Women in Energy Award winners. As Senior Supervisor for Environment and Regulatory Affairs at Devon, Canada, Maud leads a multidisciplinary team responsible for air, water, land, and regulatory management. She and her team pursue new and innovative approaches to monitoring and improving environmental performance at her company, including in the areas of carbon reduction, wetland restoration, and the protection of water quality. Maud was nominated for her role as a mentor who actively seeks to develop her employees and provide them with opportunities for growth. Mr. Speaker, why am I making specific mention of Maud among this year's award winners? Well, in the spirit of full disclosure, Maud is my sister-in-law, and needless to say, our family is extremely proud of her.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Childhood obesity continues to be a major health concern for Canadian kids. Report after report continue to use language like epidemic when describing this problem. Healthy eating is important, but physical activity is as well. Health Canada's own website even says so. Kids need to be active. For many hardworking families, the cost of putting their child in sports is a challenge. In 2006, I was appointed chair of the expert panel for the Children's Fitness Tax Credit to help offset the cost for putting kids in activities. The Conservative government implemented it. After 2011, the credit became a subsidy. Our trust fund prime minister, though, campaigned on a pledge to help middle-class families. As soon as he took power, he instructed his trust fund finance minister to cut the one program that was helping kids get active. Rich Liberals may not have a problem paying for these costs for their kids, but many Canadians do. Will the government bring back excellent initiatives like the Children's Fitness Tax Credit so kids can be active and be healthy?
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, in mid-December, I and 3 other MPs were fortunate to participate in the Canadian Leaders at Sea program through the Department of Defence. Upon boarding the submarine HMCS Windsor and sailing out of Halifax, the Windsor submerged in the Atlantic and we experienced life on a submarine under the sea. Remarkable is how I'd describe the crew, as they avoided detection from surface vessels and helicopters and performed various other military exercises. After surfacing and being transferred to the frigate HMCS Toronto, we enjoyed some of that famous Navy food, defended against mock night boarders, and had to be belted in our bunks to prevent from being tossed out onto the floor. On the Toronto, we participated in and observed prevention of boarders, fire drills, mock damage, electronic and air attacks to general surveillance. The highlight was getting to know the men and women on board and their expertise. There is no doubt we're in good hands with our Navy. We thank them for their dedication.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the end of the criminal proceedings, which followed the Lac Mégantic tragedy, closes one chapter of this very sad and painful history, which will mark the collective memory of Canadians and Quebecers forever. Although a significant page has been turned, there's still a great deal to do to deal with the psychological repercussions. And this begins with removing the daily source of anxiety that is the downtown rail crossing. Unfortunately, the end of this chapter shines a light on the absence of the Canadian government as one of the responsible parties. They have been not adequately funding inspection. There have been waivers allowed for private carriers. And also, some of them have been recognized as neglectful, even though they got off easy. The government got off easy. I hope that it will learn the lessons it has to and will no longer close its eyes to negligent, dangerous practices.
East.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude Canada 150 celebrations in St. John's East, I hosted a Canada 150 citizenship ceremony. Based on nominations from the towns in my riding as well as from constituents, we nominated and recognized 20 groups and citizens who have made exceptional contributions to the Northeast Avalon. Les lauréats avaient dû démontrer.
The award winners demonstrated qualities associated with one of the major themes of Canada 150, diversity and inclusion, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, the environment and youth.
Ladies Susan Arns, Nora Boone, Jananne Daw, Christopher Dredge, Jeff Eaton, Dr. Brett Favero, Dr. Andrew Fury, Dr. Joel Heath, Linda Hickey, Jerry Marshall, Marion McCarthy, Michael O'Keefe, Patrick O'Rourke, Daniel Pottle, William Parsons, Josh Smee, Bruce Tricot, Sterling Willis, Bradley Rachel and Julianne Moss, and the medical professionals at the Refugee Health Clinic. Their achievements will be detailed in my next householder. Merci et félicitations.
Thank you and congratulations.
Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, our nation and my city, Hamilton, Ontario, lost a statesman and a leader this week with the passing of our longest-serving mayor, Mr. Robert Morrow. He was immediately hailed as a kind-hearted man, and that he most certainly was. As Hamiltonians recount the stories and memories, including my other parliamentary colleagues, it's clear that Bob Morrow was an extraordinarily selfless person in so many ways. Mr. Speaker, he was also a relentless promoter of Hamilton. That's what I want to focus on in the celebration of his life. A strong proponent of revitalizing Hamilton's waterfront, Mayor Morrow famously plunged into the Hamilton Harbour for a swim on a media dare to prove that the water was clean enough. Never missing a single opportunity to boost Hamilton, he often traveled back from his vacation cottage in Muskoka to attend a store opening or a community event, and then he'd drive back all night. As a citizenship judge in the last decade, he welcomed thousands of new Canadians to the city he loved so much. Bob Morrow was one of the most truly honourable people I've had the privilege of knowing. Bob, you are and will be sorely missed by all, my friend. Rest in peace.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to talk about an amazing new project in New Brunswick Southwest. The East Coast Greenway will soon come to life, creating the longest international trail in the world. This trail will travel from Key West, Florida, all the way to the Trans-Canada Trail in St. John, totaling over 4,800 kilometers of pristine trail. New Brunswick is a province of adventure, and now hikers, cyclists, and explorers can come see our beautiful province and help contribute to our booming tourism industry, which already employs 42,000 people and contributes $520 million to our GDP. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick truly has something for everyone. I would like to invite all members in this House and for Canadians from coast to coast to coast to come experience our beautiful new trail. You never know where the trail may lead you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, with hours to go until the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, I can assure this House and all Canadians without hesitation that our Canadian Olympic and Paralympic teams are ready for the upcoming Games in Pyeongchang. Our government's working with the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees, the national sports organizations, and our valued partners like Own the Podium and the Coaching Association of Canada to support our athletes and coaches as they push for the podium against the world's best. Team Canada plans to build on its previous successes and contend for the peak positions with the planet's finest athletes. I want to encourage all Canadians, the team behind the team, to make sure that our athletes feel our collective support. As a former Olympian, I can assure you the feeling of having a whole country behind you makes a difference. Go Canada, do your best. We are already proud of you. Go Canada, go!
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, this evening honourable members of this House will have the opportunity to vote on my private member's motion 133, which aims to establish a British Home Child Day in Canada to be celebrated yearly on September the 28th. Until recent years, very few Canadians knew about the British Home Children. Their stories of hardship, courage, determination and perseverance are not part of Canadian history books. This needs to change. Eleanor McGrath, a constituent of mine, has released a wonderful documentary called Forgotten. I encourage everyone, Mr. Speaker, to watch it on TVO this coming February the 22nd at 9 p.m. Mr. Speaker, we owe a great deal to these children for their contributions to our country. So far, we have been failing them. I encourage all members to take an effort to learn more about the story of the British Home Children, to share that knowledge with their constituents, and to do all they can to ensure that this chapter of their collective story is never forgotten. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, last January, the government announced the investment in the relocating of the Armand Frappier Museum and also the Centre for Bioscience Interpretation to the Cosmodome. $2.7 million will not only allow the museum to expand and to welcome more visitors, it would also help with new exhibitions, acquisitions, and setting up the latest equipment. I'm proud that our government is supporting this project and that it's working to make sure that culture and science can have an even higher profile. I invite everyone to join with us, with my fellow MPs. I also invite employees to come for the reopening of the Armand Frappier Museum and the Centre for Bioscience Interpretation. Thank you.
Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, for 43 years, Mona Piper, Toronto's longest-serving school crossing guard, helped generations of students cross the road on their way to and from Morris Cody Public School. Mona loved the children she helped. She knew them all by name. And even after she retired last September, she would sit on her front porch at the corner of Cleveland Street and Millwood Road to wave at them as they made their way to school. On January 31st, Mona died at the age of 88. She'll be remembered for her infectious smile, loving personality, words of encouragement, and quick wit. But Mona's memory and her contribution to our community will live on. Just a few blocks from where she lived, construction has begun on a new children's park. Thanks to Councillor Josh Matlow, when it opens in the spring, a new generation of children in Don Valley West will begin to play at the Mona Piper Playground. Please join me and the member from Toronto St. Paul's in recognizing Mona's legacy, more than 4 decades of kindness and service to the community and the children she loved.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, all of us are hearing the outrage of our constituents about the Liberal summer jobs values test attestation. We've heard from many groups in Liberal-held ridings who were past recipients who have received money from their Liberal MPs to feed the homeless, help refugees and support kids, but will now be denied because of this values test. Even municipalities are impacted. One letter I read reads, "For years our town has hired students under the student employee program. This year that will not take place because of the new application requirements. Our council in good faith is not able to comply." Another letter reads, "I'm a pastor at a local church here in Brampton, and it is very disheartening knowing that we will not be getting the chance to receive summer students this summer based on the new policy." I read an article in which one of the Liberals said, "Just check the stupid box." My response is that if it's just a stupid box, then why is it there? This values test attestation is wrong, un-Canadian, and a violation of the Charter. Canadians can count on the Conservatives to oppose this values test every step of the way.
Honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like many others, were shocked to learn of the horrific earthquake that struck the east coast of Taiwan yesterday, leaving at least 4 people dead and several hundred injured. Armed forces and government agencies are responding as quickly as possible in the hopes of assisting those in need. As a Canadian parliamentarian representing a city with a large and active Taiwanese population, as well as being the chair of the Canada-Taiwan Parliamentary Friendship Group, many of us have had the opportunity to travel to Taiwan and have made many friends that call Taiwan home. May our hopes and our prayers be with them all at this terrible time and at this disaster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, many courageous women across Canada are working hard every day to break the glass ceiling. And there are still some men who don't like women in their workplace. Happily, there are determined and inspiring women like Doris Nollet at Normetal, who, at all of 5 feet tall, wanted to become a firewoman in 1986. She had to wait till 2004. Today, because of her determination, Doris Nollet is the new chief of the 21 volunteer firefighters. This is an extraordinary exploit when we remember that women represent less than 3% of the workforce in firefighting. Volunteer firefighters are essential to protecting our communities, and I think that there should be better legislative protection of women in this field. Congratulations to Doris Nollet for showing girls that you can become a firewoman and even be a chief. It's possible.
Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to stand today and speak about our country's greatest resource, our youth. I, too, was young when I got into politics as a student mayor, still a youth when I was first elected to Barrie City Council at 21. People would say, "You're going to be a great leader one day." But that's the biggest lie that we tell our young people. They're leading us to be more environmentally conscious, protecting our lakes, streams, and rivers. They're leading us to ensure competition in the marketplace with apps like Lyft or Uber that are disrupting tired old government systems. They're shaping new technologies, creating new jobs. Their social ideals are shown by people like Zach from Barrie, who ran all the way to Ottawa raising awareness for youth mental health. They are clean from the notions of trading ideals for access and insulated from the worst of our politics. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize our young people across this country who are vehicles of change and who are leaders, not a year from now, not a decade from now, not a lifetime from now, but today.
Right now.
Yes. Honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we celebrate Black History Month, we take time to highlight the important contributions of Black Canadian leaders in our communities. I'd like to take a moment to highlight a leader in Niagara, Dr. Gervin Fearon. In St. Catharines, Brock University is a fundamental part of our community, and the university recently appointed Dr. Fearon as its 6th president and vice chancellor. He is also the university's very first Black Canadian president. In fact, he became the first Black Canadian to become a university president in 2014 when he was named president and vice chancellor of Brandon University. Dr. Fearon has distinguished himself during his career as a teacher, researcher, and public servant. I'd like to recognize Dr. Fearon for his leadership, for forging a new path, including contributing to the building of outstanding post-secondary institutions, businesses, and communities throughout Canada. I've enjoyed my conversations with Dr. Fearon, and I'm looking forward to seeing him implement his vision for Brock that I know will have a positive impact beyond the campus. He is a role model for all Canadians and proud to celebrate his contributions to St. Catharines in Canada. Thank you.
Oral questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals were shameful as they opened up a second front in their fight against veterans. This time, the Prime Minister said that he doesn't have to provide a safe workspace free from harassment, nor does he have to have a policy to prevent sexual harassment and assault. Why is the Prime Minister using all of these means against our veterans while he allows convicted terrorists walk away with a $10 million check?
The Minister of National Defence.
Let me be very clear on this matter. Inappropriate sexual behavior of any kind is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear that we are committed to a harassment-free workplace for all Canadians. We have recently tabled Bill C-65, and we have a proven track record on this matter. Though I cannot speak to the specifics of this case, as a government, we have made our approach clear on issues like these, and we will continue along this path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can speak to the specifics of this case. This minister specifically instructed his lawyers to argue that the armed forces does not have a duty to provide women a safe place to work. That is shameful. And they have also specifically excluded the armed forces from their legislation. So why does the Prime Minister say one thing when it's all about symbolism, but when the hard work of actually implementing these things, he's missing in action?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I cannot talk to the specifics of this case, but we are committed to making sure that we have a harassment-free workplace in the Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker. We encourage all members to come forward. And with our new defence policy, Mr. Speaker, we're investing in our people to making sure that we get this job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This government, this Liberal government, is arguing in court that they have no duty to provide a safe place for women to work in the armed forces. That is shameful, and it flies in the face of every phony statement the Prime Minister has ever said on this issue. And the Prime Minister cannot blame a government lawyer. The Prime Minister actually instituted a cabinet committee to oversee litigation, to put a political screen on all these types of arguments. And you know who sits on that committee? The Minister of Justice. What does the Minister of Justice think about her government's lawyers arguing this in court?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our track record on this matter has been very clear since the time we formed government. We have, Mr. Speaker, since September 2015, 55 members have been released due to the inappropriate sexual behavior, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to making sure that we have a harassment-free workplace within the Canadian Armed Forces, and Op Honor is going to get that job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, words don't lie, and doublespeak is very clear in the following case. The Minister of Defence on his own website pledges that the Forces is fully committed to a workplace free of harassment and discrimination, yet the lawyers for this government said that it's not their job to care to individual members within the forces to provide a safe and harassment-free work environment. Which is it, Mr. Speaker? Do they stand with women in the forces or do they not?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I could not even be more clear on this matter. We are going to stomp this problem out, Mr. Speaker. Op Honor was created on this matter, Mr. Speaker, and our defence policy is going to make sure that we create the proper environment to allow any Canadian who wants to join the Canadian Armed Forces to be able to pursue a career and be able to develop to their full potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Milton.
The most tawdry part of all this, Mr. Speaker, is that the Litigation Committee of Cabinet, which is charged with overseeing how lawyers are instructed, has 5 women sitting on it. Do any one of those 5 female Liberal ministers want to stand up and let us know exactly why they think it's okay they have protection in the workplace, and yet women in the forces do not? Will they pull this brief?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We have a zero tolerance for any type of sexual misbehavior.
Order. It's early in question. Yes, it's Wednesday, but the rules still apply, and members are familiar with the standing orders and the rule against interrupting. The Honourable Minister of National Defence has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, let me be extremely clear. We have an absolute zero tolerance for any type of behavior like this, and that's exactly what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker. We have committed to this in our defense policy, and we're going to get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the European Commissioner for Economic and Financial Affairs, Pierre Moscovici, wants internet multinationals to pay their fair share of taxes in Europe. It makes sense that companies should pay their fair share. But in Canada, the government is stubbornly going against the current and allowing web giants not to pay their fair share of taxes. While Canadian companies have sales tax imposed on every transaction, why is the government showing favoritism to web giants like Facebook, Amazon, and Netflix? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been clear on this. We made a promise, and we will keep it. That said, we recognize that in the long term, we need to develop an overall solution when it comes to taxing digital platforms. We will not have a piecemeal approach. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lévis.
Today, the Prime Minister is travelling to Silicon Valley to visit Amazon. Will he be asking them to impose taxes on the products they sell in Canada as they should, or will he be negotiating a cozy deal? What we're asking is simple: fairness. When you're exempting a company to collect taxes on their sales, you're giving them an unfair 8 to 15% advantage. If you're not ensuring the same rules apply for everyone, then you're playing favorites. Why does the government have one set of tax rules for the web giants and another one for everybody else?
The Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. President, the Prime Minister has been very clear, and we have made a commitment, and we will keep it. That being said, we recognize that in the long term, we must look in finding a global solution to address the entire question of taxation over digital platforms, and we won't have a piecemeal approach. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Sexual assault and harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces launched a class action lawsuit in May. On January 29th, in response to my question on sexual violence and harassment, the Prime Minister said, "This is a problem that has gone on for far too long, and it is time that we deal with it, particularly here in Parliament, where we set an example for the rest of the country." However, by attempting to quash the lawsuit, the example the Prime Minister is setting is completely irresponsible and reprehensible. Will the Prime Minister withdraw the government's attempts to discredit these victims?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her passion on this issue. As I stated, we want to be able to work with the opposition on this issue, because this is an important issue that that impacts all of us. We need to make sure that we have a harassment-free workplace, especially in the Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker, and with our new defense policy and with Operation Honor, we are going to get the job done. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, here on Parliament Hill, the era of sexual harassment, bullying, and inappropriate behaviour is over. And now the men and women who've served our country want to know what their government intends to do to change the culture in the Canadian Armed Forces. These women and men expect more than just a discussion with the minister. They expect concrete action today. What is the government's plan, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as part of Operation Honor, we're going to get the job done. Every person who willingly serves their country, despite the many dangers and sacrifices of military service, deserves a professional environment in which they are treated with respect and dignity. And that's the type of path that we're going to go on, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to get the job done. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I think that everyone knows now that the Prime Minister was found guilty of contravening not one but 4 sections of the Conflict of Interest Act. He accepted a trip to a billionaire's private island, which incurred federal government funds. He brought his family along with him, as well as his friend, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and even the chair of the Liberal Party, all at taxpayers' expense, and this is a trip that cost $200,000. I don't know if the leader can actually tell the Prime Minister that he needs to show some honor and reimburse the money that he took from Canadians. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, our security organizations decide on what is necessary to protect the Prime Minister, just as they have always done for past Prime Ministers. We will be following their recommendations. The former commissioner recognized that these expenses were incurred as part of the functions of the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister will continue to work with the commissioner to approve his future travel plans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, it's always the same thing. When Liberal ministers spent money illegally, they had to pay it back. When the Prime Minister's staffers spent money illegally, they had to pay the money back. When citizens don't pay their taxes, the government makes sure that they pay back that money with interest. When a Canadian wants to take a holiday, he pays for it himself. So what we all want to know is there one special law for the Prime Minister and another for everyone else? From all of the parties in this House and other Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, the former commissioner recognized that this spending was incurred as part of the Prime Minister's regular functions. The opposition called for an investigation, and now that the report has been tabled, they are refusing to accept its conclusions. On this side of the House, we respect the work of the commissioner, and we will accept the conclusions of the report. The Prime Minister has taken responsibility for this. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal House Leader answering for the Prime Minister says he accepted the Ethics Commissioner's recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner made no recommendations. The Ethics Commissioner found the Prime Minister broke the law. Now, the Health Minister paid back her inappropriate travel expenses because the Prime Minister made her pay them back. Now, with a clear finding that he broke the law, why won't he just pay it back?
Government House Leader.
Just said in French, I shall repeat in English, that the former commissioner has acknowledged that these costs are incurred as part of the role of the Prime Minister. It was the Conservatives that demanded that an investigation take place, and now that investigation has taken place and the ex-commissioner has submitted her report, they refuse to accept its conclusions. We on this side respect the work of officers of Parliament. We thank the ex-commissioner for her important work. The Prime Minister has accepted responsibility. The Prime Minister has accepted his findings. There was recommendations that were put in place. That's exactly why the Prime Minister put a screen in place. That's exactly why he will ensure that future family vacations are cleared ahead of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a big part of the $200,000 wasted on the Prime Minister's illegal trip was generated by the security detail that must accompany him wherever he chooses to go. Canadians accept that for working trips to the UN or the G7 or perhaps even the Davos Celebrity Fest. But after the Prime Minister dragged his security detail along on his illegal vacation, and they had no choice but to accompany, the Prime Minister owns those wasted dollars. So why won't he do the right thing and pay it back?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Security agencies that are tasked with the responsibility to provide their expertise to ensure that the safety of the Prime Minister is ensured. Whenever and wherever the Prime Minister travels, there are costs related to security. We always accept the advice of our security agencies as to how to best ensure the safety of the Prime Minister, as was the case for past Prime Ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. It's been more than a month since the former Ethics Commissioner's report was tabled. The Prime Minister has been saying since then that he takes full responsibility and that he accepts the recommendations. But he has shown no leadership on this file. As head of state, he should set an example and be proactive, not lead a race to the bottom. Even if the Commissioner can't force him to pay back the cost of this illegal travel, which was funded with taxpayer money, why won't this Prime Minister choose to reimburse this extravagant spending himself? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the report was published, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the conclusions of the report, just as a Prime Minister should. The Prime Minister accepted responsibility. He accepted the conclusions of the report. The difference between the Conservatives and the government is that the Conservatives never accepted the work of officers of Parliament. On this side of the House, we respect their work and appreciate their work. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister was found guilty of improperly arranging his personal affairs, found guilty of accepting illegal gifts, found guilty of accepting a ride on a private aircraft, and found guilty of conducting illegal discussions about government business. But the Prime Minister didn't just take an illegal trip, he sent taxpayers a $200,000 bill for it. Right. When other Liberals have been found ripping off taxpayers, they've been forced to pay the money back. Why is the Prime Minister held to a lower standard? Why doesn't he do the right thing and pay it back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
As I said, immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility and accepted the findings of the report. The member opposite needs to be corrected because even within the report, and I encourage the member to read the report in its entirety, she recognized that he did not contravene subsection 1, because he did not participate in or make any decisions relating to the Aga Khan and his institutions, and did not contravene Section 7 because he did not give preferential treatment to the Aga Khan. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the member opposite to have respect for this institution and to do the important work we are here to do. We on this side will always respect officers of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we're 5 months away from the Prime Minister's promised July 1 deadline for cannabis legalization. But now the Liberal government is backing away from that date, causing confusion and concern. Meanwhile, thousands of mostly marginalized Canadians are getting slapped with criminal records for offences that are about to be legal, and the government isn't saying if, whether, or when they'll provide them with amnesty. Why is this government hypocritically prosecuting Canadians? Why won't it commit to a fair pardon process? And when will cannabis be legal in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this is a huge change in Canadian law, and it must be approached in a sensible, orderly, practical way. Until Parliament has passed the legislation and enacted a new regime, the old regime remains in effect, and that law must be respected. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians understand the government's objectives. Do a better job of keeping cannabis out of the hands of our kids, do a better job of keeping illegal cash out of the hands of organized crime, and increase safety on our roads. That's what C-45 and C-46 will accomplish.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. So that means that they'll continue to hand out criminal records. Mr. Speaker, media reports suggest that as the date of cannabis legalization approaches, U.S. authorities are concerned about delays at the border. While thousands of Canadians continue to be penalized with criminal records for simple possession, the government won't guarantee that they won't have issues at the border after legalization, even with pardons. Can the government reassure these thousands of people that things will go fine for them when they arrive at the border in future trips?
For public safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've had ongoing discussions with American officials, including the new Ambassador of the United States to Canada and the new Homeland Security Secretary. Our various agencies are discussing what is necessary to ensure that there is a smooth flow at the border in terms of people crossing in the ordinary way, remembering always that the export or the import of cannabis has always been illegal and will remain illegal, Mr. Speaker. Canadians Canadians need to know what the American requirements are, and we will make sure that Canadians understand very clearly what the law is.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to act like this scandal is no big deal. He continues to act like he's exempt from the ethics rules of this House. But we continue to believe that no one is exempt, including our princely Prime Minister. Will he admit that he deliberately circumvented the federal law and that he abused the system and abused the trust of Canadians by paying for his family holiday with taxpayer money? Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us if he will pay back Canadians for the cost of his family holiday? Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as was the case for former Prime Ministers and for the current Prime Minister, whenever Prime Ministers travel, there are costs associated with that have to do with security. The Commissioner stated that these expenses were incurred as part of the role of Prime Minister.
We accept the findings of the Ethics Commissioner's report. The Commissioner found that by accepting a gift from someone who has business dealings with the government, the Prime Minister broke the law. When the Minister of Health incurred questionable travel expenses, the Prime Minister forced her to pay it back. When the Prime Minister spends $200,000, however, for an illegal vacation, he excuses himself. Why won't he do the right thing and pay it back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Said immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister did the right thing by accepting responsibility and accepting its findings. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been present in this House and has answered over 1,400 questions. Immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister made himself available to the media to ensure that he could answer questions, to ensure that Canadians were having the answers that they deserve. The Prime Minister went one step further and traveled the country at open, available public town halls, answered questions directly from Canadians. Canadians are concerned about the economy. Canadians are concerned about many other issues, and the Conservatives refuse to focus on the economy because they know our plan is working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a number of Liberals who've repaid inappropriate expenses. It was the right thing to do, and yet we have the first Prime Minister in the history of our nation found guilty on 4 counts of ethics violations, refusing to pay back taxpayers. The same Prime Minister is so afraid to talk about his law-breaking that he hides behind his talking points on the middle class. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about that. When was the last time a middle-class Canadian family spent over $200 grand on a family vacation? So it begs the question, why the double standard?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The report was released, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility, he accepted the findings of the report. The member is correct. This government will continue to focus on Canadians. While the Conservatives choose to focus on this Prime Minister, the Conservatives choose to focus on this government. This Prime Minister, this government will continue to focus on Canadians, to focus on the very real challenges that they are working. You'll notice, Mr. Speaker, that our plan is working. Canadians have created 422,000 jobs for Canadians, by Canadians, because of the strategic investments that this government is making in Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I repeat, this government, this Prime Minister will continue focusing on Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I do agree with one thing with the Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker. They are focused on ripping off Canadians, and they're focused on living a champagne and caviar lifestyle off the backs of hard-working taxpayers. The Prime Minister knew his actions were illegal, and he tried to hide it. The rules don't apply to him. Taxpayer-funded nannies, tax changes that don't affect him, millions to terrorists, mandate letters not worth the paper they're written on. It's Liberal hypocrisy on steroids. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister do the right thing and repay taxpayers? Yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Minister, immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister accepted responsibility, accepted its findings. The former Commissioner has acknowledged that there are costs that are incurred as part of the role of the Prime Minister. When it comes to our security agencies, we take their recommendations, we take their advice, and we will continue to do so. This government will continue to focus on Canadians to ensure that the economy is working for Canadians. We will make sure that the immigration rules are working to reunite families, Mr. Speaker. This government will continue to focus on veterans to ensure that they have the services that they deserve, Mr. Speaker. This government will continue to focus on
Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, more than 20 civil society groups in Canada raised serious concerns about military agreements with the Philippines. Yesterday, we found out that Canada sold fighter helicopters for hundreds of millions of dollars to the Duterte regime, which has a horrible track record in matters of human rights. How can the Liberal government justify selling these helicopters to the Filipino army when it knows that it could use them against civilians? What are this government's principles? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we have not received a request for a permit for this contract. The Prime Minister and myself have both been very clear about our opinions regarding human rights violations and extrajudiciary executions committed by the Duterte regime, including when we were in the Philippines. I am going to conduct an extremely rigorous analysis of human rights for any export permit request linked to this contract.
Mr. Speaker, one of the cruel ironies of this helicopter deal is that Philippine President Duterte, who's unquestionably presiding over one of the world's worst human rights situations, once admitted to throwing a man out of a helicopter and said he would do it again. This is a country where extrajudicial executions continue to be condoned by the President. It is absolutely clear that this deal would never be approved under the human rights standards required by the Arms Trade Treaty. So will the minister stand in this House now and indicate clearly that there is no way that the export of these helicopters to the Philippines will be approved?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we have received no application for an export permit related to this contract. The Prime Minister and I have been very clear about the Duterte regime's human rights violations and extrajudicial killings, including while in the Philippines. I will conduct an extremely rigorous human rights analysis of any potential export permit application related to this contract. I have the power to deny a permit if I feel that it poses a risk to human rights, and I am prepared to do so.
Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, today the Ministry of Families, Children and Social Development welcomed the Yukon Minister of Health and Social Services, Pauline Frost, and the other Yukon government representatives to Ottawa to sign our government's 7th agreement on early learning and childcare. Good stuff. Thanks to this agreement, the Yukon will receive more than $7 million over the next 3 years to ensure that Yukon children can receive the best possible start in life. Could the Minister please tell the House how this money will be spent?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like first to thank and congratulate our dear colleague from the Yukon for his hard work on behalf of Yukon families and children. I was pleased and proud today to sign with the government of Yukon an agreement that will increase by more than 30% its investment in early learning and childcare to the benefits of educators, parents, including, of course, mothers and children. This is part of a 10-year long-term plan to increase the accessibility, the quality and affordability of early learning and childcare for all Canadian families and children, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Wonderful. Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Legion condemned the comments made by this Prime Minister in regards to veterans. They said, and I quote, "These sorts of words are extremely insensitive to Canadian veterans," and we agree. Veterans know that the Prime Minister broke his promise to them, and to add insult to injury, he has made dismissive comments claiming that they are asking for too much. They are only asking for what he promised. When will this Prime Minister apologize to our veterans for his extremely insensitive comments?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
We are committed to the well-being of veterans and their families. We have kept our promise. The new lifetime pension benefit is not taxable. This pension for life recognizes their suffering and their pain. This is a 90% salary equivalent, and it's indexed for life and for those who need it. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, The Prime Minister has said that our veterans, my former brothers in arms, and that of the former Minister of Defense are asking too much. But he wrote a $10 million check to a recognized terrorist. The Prime Minister had promised that he would not drag our veterans before the courts during the election campaign, but after it was done, those promises disappeared. Can the Prime Minister explain why he is so disconnected from the reality of soldiers and veterans who are often injured or disabled? The Minister for Veterans Affairs.
I am always glad to have the opportunity to speak to this government's record on veterans and compare it to those of the other side. And let me take our new Pension for Life proposal and talk about a 30-year-old veteran with 12 years of service, with osteoarthritis of the spine and multiple joints and hearing loss, who is 60% disabled. He or she would receive over $4,600 a month across their lifetime in pain and suffering compensation and income replacement, $1,000 a month in caregiver support, and $80,000 for post-secondary education. That's very real. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs likes to say we're putting money in, and the Conservatives did nothing. The Conservatives did do one thing. They kept their promises. We did what we said. And now, the Royal Canadian Legion has said that what the Prime Minister said was totally unacceptable. Why are veterans being dragged before the courts? Why do we have to fight to make sure that they get their money? Because after all, Islamic State fighters are getting money without having to work for it.
Mr. Speaker, a corporal who served 5 years in the regular forces and suffered 100% disability is entitled to nearly $6,000 a month in benefits, an additional $1,000 a month for caregiver support, nearly $72,000 through the critical injury benefit, and additional financial assistance to modify her vehicle and her home to meet her needs. Our Pension for Life option, Mr. Speaker, is very real, and it is the least we owe our veterans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, since we're not getting any answers, my question will now be for the Minister of National Defence, the Parliamentary Secretary for U.S. Relations, or the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport. These veterans stood behind the Prime Minister when he promised two things: a return to lifetime pensions for all our injured, and to never force veterans back to court. How can they stay silent when those veterans now have to go to the Supreme Court of Canada, and when he broke his promise on lifetime pensions?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask the honourable member, maybe he could ask the member from Barrie Innisfil why he said the Conservatives lost the trust of veterans. Was it the 9 offices they closed? Was it all the frontline staff that they fired? Was it all the balancing of budgets on the backs of our veterans, Mr. Speaker? Was it one of those, or was it all of the above and more? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello.
Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, seasonal workers in Quebec and Acadia, working men and women, as of this week, will be without an income because of the black hole in EI benefits. Despite the unanimous calls for action by unions and other organizations, the Liberals still refuse to act, and they've left these working men and women and their families without an income. When will the government act to set up a pilot project or any other project to extend the benefit period and offer these workers of seasonal industries a small measure of stability? The Minister of Social Development. Thank you. I'm grateful to my colleague for giving me the opportunity to draw attention to the fact that the EI benefit is there to support our workers and their transition when they are between jobs. The Canadian government has implemented many measures over the last few years to improve the flexibility and the generosity of EI benefits. There is significant economic growth. We still have a lot of work to do, but we are working with our partners, including unions and provinces, in order to do better.
Mr. Speaker, these are hollow words for workers in the Atlantic and in other parts of the country. The reality is they are being cut off EI, and at the same time, this Liberal government is creating a $2 billion hole in the program. So the question is, when will this government stand up for seasonal workers? When will they create a pilot project to extend the benefit period? And finally, when will this government stop taking Atlantic Canadians and so many others for granted?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government was elected to grow the economy, to grow the middle class, and it is sensitive to the challenges and issues of all Canadians. Everyone wants to take advantage of the economic growth that we enjoy now. We are very well aware of the concerns that are being raised in eastern parts of the country, especially where seasonal work is significant. We are working very closely with these sectors, and we are continuing the work that we've been doing for the last 2 years to improve the flexibility of the EI system. Thank you.
Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, Bangladesh has just banned one of China's state-owned enterprises due to corruption and bribery. It happens to be the same organization as the one proposing to buy the big Canadian construction giant Aecon. Bangladesh is ranked as the 31st most corrupt place to do business, according to Transparency International. If the government of Bangladesh says this China state-owned corporation is too corrupt to do business with, then why won't the Prime Minister commit to a national security review and to extending the review period so that Canadians can have their say?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, under the Investment Canada Act, which I'm responsible for, there's a robust and rigorous process to look at all these issues raised by the member opposite. We listen to our national security agencies. We follow their advice. In the past, we never have, and we never will compromise on national security. We will always make sure that any decision that we make will be in the best interest of all Canadians.
The member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Non-answer, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's try again. The Chinese company poised to take over Canadian construction giant Aecon is rampant with corruption and has just been blacklisted by Bangladesh for that very reason. We know Aecon has been awarded numerous sensitive Canadian government contracts, including working with our military and in the nuclear sector. When Bangladesh is sounding alarm bells, why is Canada staying silent and not calling for a full national security review of the takeover of Aecon?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows full well under the Investment Canada Act, all such transactions are subject to a national security review. This is a multi-step process that we always follow, Mr. Speaker. We take the advice of our national security agencies very seriously. We follow that advice. We've been very clear when it comes to national security that we will never compromise on that. We will do our due diligence, we will follow the process, and we will make sure that the outcome will benefit all Canadians.
The member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the list of reasons to stop the Communist China takeover of Aecon continues to grow. The state-controlled company has been connected to bribery, corruption, and collusion in many countries, and last month they were banned from Bangladesh. China continues to launch cyber attacks against Canada, is a human rights violator, and now poses a threat to the security of our internet banking and communication systems, to name a few. Can the minister finally confirm that this proposed takeover will be subject to a vigorous national security review?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we have been absolutely clear on this side of the House that we will follow the multi-step process when it comes to national security reviews. We always have done that and will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. What I find problematic is the members opposite have no faith and confidence in our national security agencies. We do. We will follow their advice. We have followed their advice and will continue to follow their advice, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
It is our responsibility as members of Parliament to stand up for the most vulnerable members of society. There are few people more vulnerable than victims of child sexual exploitation online. Over 6,000 incidents were reported in Canada in 2016, and there are many more that go unreported. Each of these incidents is a child who deserves security and a chance to be a kid. The people of Winnipeg Centre would be interested to know what the government is doing now to step up the fight and protect Canadian children.
Good question. For public safety.
For my thanks to the member for Winnipeg Centre, the sexual exploitation of children is an intolerable crime. This morning, I announced an additional $4.1 million for the Canadian Centre for Child Protection in Winnipeg. The funding will be used to operate a cyber tip line, support victims, and enhance the Arachnid program, which is cutting-edge Canadian software that helps remove exploitive content. We must keep doing everything possible to protect our children, bring perpetrators to justice, and stop these horrendous crimes.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Trans Mountain was federally approved in 2016 because it's in the national interest. But every day and every delay puts it at risk, just like the other multi-billion-dollar opportunities lost on the Liberals' watch. The interprovincial conflict is escalating, but the Liberals are MIA. They're failing to act on their own approval and failing to act in the best interests of all of Canada. The BC NDP is trying to kill the pipeline, just like they promised they would. The Liberals can't let them keep stalling. What does the minister consider to be an unusual or unnecessary delay? And exactly what action will he take to ensure this vital infrastructure gets built?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decision we took on Trans Mountain Expansion Project was based on facts and evidence and what is in the national interest. We look forward to working with every province and territory to ensure a strong future for Canadians, but the facts and evidence do not change. This project will diversify our markets, be built with improved environmental safety, and ensure a strong future for all Canadians. Our government made the right decision when we approved the federally regulated project, and we stand by that decision. The pipeline falls under federal jurisdiction. This pipeline will be built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've seen too many times this government's indifference to the pensions of private sector workers like those at Sears, but right under their nose at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, there's thousands of workers from Chalk River, Ontario to Pinawa, Manitoba, who are going to be kicked out of the public service pension plan in September because of the federal government's privatization agenda. So what we want to know, the government's known about this issue for a long time now, Mr. Speaker. What we want to know is whether the President of the Treasury Board will stand up today and let these workers know what's going to happen to their pension in September.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we have immense respect for our public service. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we have an understanding of the importance of strong, well-funded pension plans, which is why our finance minister has worked with provincial and territorial governments to strengthen the CPP across Canada. The question the honourable member has asked is one that the Minister of Natural Resources is engaged in. We will work with all stakeholders and we will ensure that all public servants are treated fairly, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it is time to file taxes, many people have particular challenges. Some live far away from urban centres or have mobility problems, or they don't have internet access. That can be a challenge. Can the Minister for National Revenue inform this House on the measures that are being taken to help Canadians file their taxes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my excellent Acadian colleague from Madawaska-Restigouche for his question and for his work in our regions. Improving the agency services is at the heart of my mandate letter. That is why we are trying to make things easier for people who file their taxes by paper by mailing them the forms that they need to file their taxes. We have also launched a new service that will help eligible Canadians file their taxes by answering simple questions through an automated telephone service. I encourage all Canadians to file their taxes if they want to get the credits that they are entitled to.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 27 days since the ferry border crossing in my riding was crushed by ice from Coast Guard traffic and closed. The ferry serves as a much-needed economic link between Canada and the U.S. Now businesses on both sides of the border are threatened with closure, and constituents in my riding are extremely concerned. When will the Prime Minister take action and get this border crossing open?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the women and men of the Canadian Coast Guard work hard every day to provide icebreaking services that keep our waters safe and economies strong. My heart goes out to everyone that has been negatively affected or will be negatively affected by damage to the Sombra Wharf. I've agreed with the member opposite to meet with the mayor of the local community in the near future. I know that the other federal departments have been working to see if there's any way we can help. Unfortunately, the shipping lane that the Canadian icebreaker was on was nowhere near the ferry dock, and no link can be found between the damage to the ferry dock and the transit of the Canadian Coast Guard vessel.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions for the Prime Minister. Roundtable meetings are currently taking place to discuss Canada's new Arctic policy framework. I believe that this new policy will have a huge effect on the government of Nunavut and will influence their capabilities for years to come. It is for this reason that the government of Nunavut must be considered a true partner. Unilateral decisions like last year's moratorium on Arctic oil and gas are not acceptable and cannot be how Arctic policy unfolds. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the government of Nunavut is at the forefront of any policy decisions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Our government is co-developing the Arctic policy framework in partnerships with the territorial, provincial, and Indigenous partners. The engagement process has already highlighted the strong Arctic peoples and communities that must be at the core of the framework. Previous governments imposed their priorities, but this framework will be created by Northerners for the North. Together, we will develop a shared vision for a strong, prosperous, and sustainable Arctic.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Bill assented to, Wednesday, February 7, 2018, an act to amend the National Anthem Act Gender, Bill C-210.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received. Today we have royal assent this Wednesday, changing the national anthem. The honourable member on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, yesterday during question period, I used unparliamentary language and hurt someone. So I don't want to hurt anyone, and I withdraw my words. I thank the honourable member. And I believe that there is another point of order. Well, now that that's done, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that this House demand that the government do not harm supply management in its next agreement, the TPP. All those in favor? All those? So the House has heard the question. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed.
Say it. Allard.
Order, please. Order. I believe the honourable member on a point of order. I'd like to ask the House Leader, Madam Speaker, to withdraw her words because she said that on this side of the House we do not respect the House. That is not true. All members here respect the House, and we respect everyone. I appreciate the comments of the honourable member. And is this a question for the government or on debate? But
point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to my question, the Government House Leader
indicated that I had my facts wrong about the report that bears the Prime Minister's name, and I did want to say yes. While he was accused of breaking the law in 7 places, he did only be found guilty with breaking it in 4.
That sounds more like a question of debate, but I think you'll remember. Let's see now. Orders of the tabling of documents. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the provisions of Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2012-2013 annual report of the Nunavut Implementation Panel. I request that this report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to table in the House a petition on behalf of 600 women calling on the Minister of Health to provide better information and resources to prevent pelvic floor dysfunction in all stages of a woman's life. 83% of women are unaware of their pelvic floor muscles and the role that these important muscles play in both pregnancy and in delivery. 1 in 3 women still will have issues in their lifetime. Now, I've received emails from women who live coast to coast and who are speaking out with regards to these issues and asking the government to play a role. A 28-year-old woman from Saskatchewan shared her story of intense discomfort during pregnancy because of the separation of her abdomen. She required a week of pelvic muscle exercises before she was even able to lift her leg without pain. Another woman, Sarah, shared her story of an
Order. I hate to interrupt because this is an interesting subject, but Of course, this is not debate, and we ask members during petitions to simply present the petition and to do so in a concise fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Appreciate that reminder. Another woman, Sarah, she shared her story about an undiagnosed pelvic disorder that she had and the long-term health consequences that had on her. Now, we can and we should do more in order to educate women and health professionals about pelvic floor dysfunction. Now, by tabling this motion in the House today, I am standing with women from across this country who are requesting that more be done. Thank you.
Or the member said motion. I think she meant petition. Not a motion, right? Yes. Okay, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition in the House today. It's an honour to present a petition from constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands calling on the Government of Canada to protect Saanich Inlet immediately by listing it as a designated zone for zero sewage discharge. And I appreciate the moment to present this petition again, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 petitions to present today, all related to improving the humane treatment of animals in Canada. The first 2 petitions, Mr. Speaker, are signed by over 40,000 Canadians, calling on our government to improve the Criminal Code animal cruelty section as it relates to animals. 92% of Canadians are in support. As some in this House will remember, I introduced a bill which was defeated, but the minister did state that all Canadians care about this issue, and 40,000 Canadians are calling on our government to institute and implement immediately a review of the Criminal Code. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to over 3,000 Canadians have signed, and they call on the Government of Canada to require public canteens under federal jurisdiction to provide a strict vegetarian or vegan option, and to raise this issue and work with all provincial and territorial counterparts. This occurred in Portugal, and dietitians around the world note that this is the healthiest of options. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 4th petition, signed by over 7,000 Canadians, is calling on the government to require slaughterhouses and other industrial agribusinesses that raise, transport, or slaughter large numbers of animals to install video surveillance equipment with a feed that can be viewed by CFIA officials. There have been abuses, rampant abuses in slaughterhouses, including most recently in the Riding Regency slaughterhouse in Toronto. The actions I saw in that video are criminal, Mr. Speaker, and the government should act.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition that's been signed by many constituents in regards to Canada's super visa for individuals that want to visit from abroad, whether it's the Philippines or Punjab or any other country. The super visa was designed to allow for individuals to come for a period of up to 2 years and then have to leave and then ultimately be able to come back for another 2 years. There's just concern on the petition in regards to why it is that many of these individuals that are given the visas, especially when their second time return, are often limited to well less than 6 months. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While John McCallum, Canada's ambassador to China, thinks that Canada has more in common with China than the U.S., these petitioners know better. They recognize the abuses of Tibetans, Christians, democracy advocates, Muslims, many others in China who simply want their basic human rights recognized. This petition in particular draws the attention of the House to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. It calls on Chinese officials to immediately end the persecution of Falun Gong and release all prisoners of conscience, including Canadian citizens and their family members. And it requests that the Canadian Parliament, the Canadian government, take every opportunity to establish measures to investigate the Chinese regime's organ harvesting of innocent people, a subject on which I have a private member's bill, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that the government will take this seriously and will change direction and start taking human rights in China seriously.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Monsieur le President.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Est-ce que la Chambre est d'accord?
Does the House agree? Yes.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day? Oh, no, excuse me. Notices of motions for the production of papers.
Secretary.
And in the other language, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand, too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Start of the debate at third reading stage of Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing.
Debate. Is it the pleasure of the House? Sorry. Better get to the right page here. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moves that Bill C-50 50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act regarding political financing. This bill would amend the Canada Elections Act to create an unprecedented level of openness and transparency for political fundraising events. Les partis politiques sont...
Political parties are made up of Canadians from all across the country, citizens with different experiences and points of view. Thanks to political parties, the public can better understand their leaders, their politicians, and their policies. Political parties appoint and train candidates and volunteers. They support them before and during elections, and they coordinate the logistical aspects of election campaigns. Unlike many organizations whose mandate is very broad but also essential, political parties need to get funding for themselves so that they can fund their activities. Everything is financed through donations, whether it's their daily operations or their funding of a national election.
Mr. Speaker, this system works. Canadians donate because they believe in our political parties, what they stand for, who leads them, and the candidates they empower to run for office. And a strict regime is in place to ensure fairness in this system. Existing regulations around political fundraising in Canada are among the strongest in the world. These existing regulations include strict spending limits, a cap on annual donations, and the banning of corporate and union donations. Caps on donations have existed for 44 years in Canada, and governments, both Liberal and Conservative, have worked to strengthen our political financing system over this period of time. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Bill C-50, does just that. It adds an additional layer of openness and transparency into political fundraising.
Our government knows that we need to raise the bar when it comes to the transparency, accountability, and integrity of our public institutions and democratic processes. We have also said loud and clear that we want to encourage Canadians to participate fully in our democratic process. And it is this objective in particular that I've been focusing on since the time that the Prime Minister asked me 1 year ago to be the Minister for Democratic Institutions in Canada.
Our government has moved on several fronts to ensure a more open and inclusive democracy. We have changed the way we appoint senators and judges. More women have been appointed through our public appointments process. We are making elections more accessible and inclusive. We are taking steps to protect our democracy from cyber threats and foreign interference. And we take these actions seriously because we know how deeply Canadians value and cherish our democracy. Former Supreme Court Justice Frank Iacobucci said, "Political parties provide individual citizens with an opportunity to express an opinion on the policy and functioning of government." Section 3 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees Canadians the right to vote. This article and the right to freedom of association are intimately connected. Canadian citizens and permanent residents also have the right to donate to a political party of their choice. Et bon nombre de Canadiens
And many Canadians make a financial contribution during election campaigns or participate in political funding activities, because for them this is a way to participate fully in our democracy. It's also an important way for them to express their democratic will. We will continue to protect the right of all Canadians to make financial donations to the political parties of their choice.
Canadians have been loud and clear. They want to know more about who funds political activities in Canada. And Bill C-50 would shine a light on who is attending political fundraisers, where and when these events are taking place, and the amount required to attend them. This bill would ensure that more information than ever before about political fundraisers is shared with the media and the public. This transparency will allow Canadians to continue to have confidence in our democracy, confidence that they can support a party with whom they share values, ideals, and policy positions, and confidence that they too can actively participate should they so choose. Our laws, when it comes to political financing, are already quite strict in this regard. Bill C-50 builds on these existing strict laws. Specifically, it would see the following rules put in place. Details about fundraising events involving the Prime Minister, cabinet ministers, party leaders, and leadership contestants of parties with a seat in the House of Commons, when over $200 per person is necessary to participate at the event, would now be required to be made public. These events would be required to be advertised on political parties' websites at least 5 days before they take place. Political parties would be required to report a list of attendees to Elections Canada within 30 days after the event, and it would make technical amendments which will bring leadership and nomination campaign expenses in line with the current regime for candidates. Ce projet de loi tient compte.
This bill reflects certain aspects having to do with the protection of personal data and the disclosure of the names of minors, volunteers, event staff, journalists, and other ministers participating in the event.
I'd like to highlight some quotes from the Acting Chief Electoral Officer, Stéphane Perreault, who stated the following at a committee appearance on this subject, and I quote, "I note that the bill offers a calibrated approach. Not all parties will be subject to the new requirements, and I believe that is a good thing. Similarly, the rules will not apply to all fundraising activities, but only those for which a minimum amount is charged to attend and where key decision makers are also present." End quote. Later in his testimony, he elaborated, quote, "Generally speaking, the bill increases the transparency of political fundraising, which is one of the main goals of the Canada Elections Act. It does so without imposing an unnecessary burden on the smaller parties that are not represented in the House of Commons, or for fundraising events that do not involve key decision makers." End quote. It is clear from Mr. Perreault's testimony at committee that he feels Bill C-50 is accomplishing the goal outlined in my mandate letter, to significantly enhance transparency for the public at large and media in the political fundraising system for cabinet members, party leaders, and leadership candidates. Je suis convaincu que
I am convinced that, like our government, my honourable colleagues want Canadians to have more information about political fundraising activities. If adopted, Bill C-50 would keep our government's promise to significantly increase the transparency of our political fundraising system in Canada, both for the public and for the media. By increasing the amount of transparency, we will also help increase Canadians' trust in our political system. This is one of the many measures that we are taking to improve our democratic institutions, to strengthen them, and to protect them.
I am proud to speak to this bill upon third reading, Madam Speaker, as I strongly believe it is one more step in our efforts to improve our political financing system, and one that strengthens the confidence Canadians have in how parties raise money through events. I would like to close my remarks by thanking the officials at my department for their hard work in helping to put this bill together, to the members of the Procedures and House Committee for their diligent study of this bill, and to the members of this place for their support in getting this bill onto the next step in the parliamentary process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honorable Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, my honourable colleague, Minister, for the quality of her French, which is quite impressive, and I congratulate her for the quality, and I'm sure the member from Winnipeg North will appreciate also the fact that I salute his effort to speak French. quality will come a day. So, Madam Speaker, and also I want to wish her my best wishes for what is coming to her in the next few months. Congratulations, Madam. But, Madam Speaker, our concern is about this bill, because this bill will be made legal, something that we consider not ethical. C'est ce que l'on appelle, Madame la Présidente, le cash.
Madam Speaker, it's something called cash for access. That means paying to have access to decision makers. Let's remember that the Minister of Justice had organized a fundraising activity with lawyers in a cabinet on Bay Street, and that's not a good thing. Let's remember that the Prime Minister had fundraising activities that cost $1,500 a head, and when that was made public, it was like, oh, well, we have to do something different. So my question is as follows. Why make legal something that is not ethical? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his kind words and his best wishes for the coming days. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to clarify one point. All fundraising activities that currently happen are already legal. There was no law that was broken, either on this side of the House or on the other House or by any party here. So I think it's important to clarify that point. I'd like to quote Jean-Pierre Kingsley, who's a former chief electoral officer. He appeared before committee on October 5th, 2017.
That the limit of $1,550 right now is a very reasonable one and should not lead one to suspect that an individual is trying to do something wrong by contributing that. There are relationships that are made when firms or partners of firms or people working with the same organizations all participate in an event. This bill will help us to understand those better, so that's good. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to congratulate my colleague, the Minister, for the very happy event that is upcoming. I wish her the best for that. Now, when it comes to electoral reform, I would have preferred that the Liberals keep their promise about changing the voting method, particularly since there was a consensus about having a proportional system. But I've already spoken about that before. Now, I understand Mr. Kingsley's quotation, but as progressives at the NDP, we are concerned by the fact that there are some people who are wealthier and who may have privileged access to ministers and decision makers. So wouldn't it have been a better idea to lower the maximum donation amount? Because, of course, middle-class people can't give $1,500 per year to a political party. That just doesn't happen in real life. Then we could have improved our democratic life and reduced the influence of money on our democracy. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his kind words. And I want to congratulate him on his new role as environment critic. We miss you at democratic institutions. So I'd like to thank him for his question. I'd like to clarify that there are a lot of opportunities to give donations to people at different levels. And now I'd like to quote Mary Dawson, the former ethics commissioner, during her appearance before the committee.
Direction of this proposed legislation, as I've said on previous occasions, transparency is important for any kind of regime that touches on conflict of interest. The amendments to the Canada Elections Act proposed by Bill C-50 promote transparency with respect to fundraising activities. I think it is a positive measure that would benefit our electoral process. It will also help to apply the Conflict of Interest Act more effectively. The easier access to the names and addresses of participants in these fundraising activities could be useful to the office if it has to investigate an allegation that a participant in such an activity obtained an advantage from a minister. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we know is so important in our democratic system is the idea of openness and transparency. And despite the fact that the Liberal Party is already practicing what is being put forward in this legislation, what we've seen is that the leader of the Conservative Party is refusing to be open and transparent, as he did when he was the leadership contestant with fundraising activities that he was having last spring. I'm wondering if the minister can comment on how important it is for the institutions that we have, for faith and trust from the public, and why it is so important that be embedded upon this idea of openness and transparency as it relates to political financing.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for his question. And of course, I encourage all parties to act already in the spirit of this legislation to post their fundraising events online 5 days in advance at a minimum, to report who attended these events and how much the ticket costs and where, of course, these events took place. And I would certainly encourage the Leader of the Official Opposition to lead by example as well and to undertake some of these initiatives. And I just want to quote again Mary Dawson, the former Conflict of Interest Commissioner, at her PROC appearance on October 17, 2017. She said, If C50 goes quite a good way, I think because it puts things in the public domain. It allows me to have access to some information if I'm dealing with some kind of a problem. I use the lobbying register a lot for that purpose as well. There are interfaces in all of these public reports, so I think it's a good initiative. And specifically to your point about openness and transparency, so Canadians know who is trying to access their leaders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That the Minister should be addressing the question to the Speaker. Questions and comments? Young member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I understand, I could be wrong, but I understand that the Minister of Democratic Institutions had some experience and expertise in democratic reform and looking at different kinds of electoral systems prior to getting into politics. And I wonder, I mean, one of the things that has struck me about C50 really is just its lack of ambition in terms of really changing the landscape of Canadian elections. And we are doing some tinkering at the margins in terms of transparency around political financing reform. But I wonder if this is, prior to getting into politics, if she had known that she would have the opportunity to reform the Canadian electoral system, whether it's political financing or the way we vote. I mean, is this the extent of her ambition for changing Canada's electoral laws? And if not, what does she think we should be doing in addition to this, and why isn't it in the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Of course, as I mentioned in my speech, I'm very proud of this bill. I think that this is an important step, and it does open up fundraising activities in a way that we haven't had that before in Canada, and I think it's yet to be determined what kind of impact that will have. But I think the very fact that the official opposition does not want to pursue it demonstrates that it has a significant impact on how we raise money as politicians, something that all of us absolutely need to do. With regards to the other elements of my mandate that were mentioned, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of Bill C-33. I think that's a really important bill that is going to reverse some of the elements of the previous government's so-called Fair Elections Act. I think with regards to cybersecurity and protecting our democratic institutions, that is absolutely vital for our next election. And so I look forward to continuing to work with members in this place to do what we can to protect and strengthen and improve our electoral system and democratic institutions.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
A brief comment and then the question, Madam Speaker. I just want to commend the minister as a woman minister and also in pregnancy fulfilling all duties of a minister. I just want to commend and congratulate her and ask this question. We will always have problems while political parties are dependent on having a handout, constantly needing to fundraise. Will this government reconsider bringing back in the reforms brought in by Jean Chrétien to have public support as indicated by the way people vote, even a token amount per year?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions, a brief answer, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and friend for her lovely comments at the beginning. And very briefly, I think, one of the things that I mentioned was with regards to the Charter and the right of Canadians to make contributions to political parties and the important element of democratic participation that encourages. We are looking forward to debating the bill on on public financing, but we also have to recognize that political parties also receive a substantial subsidy following an election based on the amount that they have spent. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister of Canada, the Chairman of Cabinet, the Head of Government. That's a very, very powerful position. One that only 23 people in the history of our country have had the distinct privilege of holding. And while constitutionally this position serves at the pleasure of Her Majesty, it is Canadians who the Prime Minister ultimately is to serve. So one has to ask themselves, when you have newspaper headlines like, and I quote, Prime Minister defends cash for access fundraising, articles that state, and I quote again, Prime Minister says financial donation limits in federal politics are too low for wealthy donors to buy influence with his cabinet ministers. End quote. Are Canadians really being well served? And specifically, are they being well served by this legislation? Well, today, as we're debating Bill C-50, those are the questions that we have to answer, Madam Speaker. And perhaps this headline speaks to that, and I quote, Liberals' fundraising bill fails to quell cash for access charges, end quote. So let's be perfectly clear why the Liberals introduced this legislation. It was because they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and now they're trying to blame the cookie jar. Bill C-50 came to fruition because the Liberal Party was selling cash for access to the Prime Minister at events where tickets cost up to $1,525 a person. And what's worse is under the Prime Minister's own Open and Accountable Government Guide, under the fundraising section, it states, and I'll quote, Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest, end quote. The document goes on further to state that, I quote, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties, end quote. Now, one wonders if Orwell's 1984 Ministry of Truth may have produced that document, given that the actions that we've seen from the Liberal members and the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister simply got caught for breaking the very ethics guidelines that he himself created. And now we get this legislation as a Band-Aid, as an attempt to try and so-called fix this self-inflicted Liberal wound. But hold on a second, Madam Speaker. Even after introducing Bill C-50 and promising to abide by these new rules, the June 19th, 2017 Liberal fundraising event took place. This event featured the Prime Minister speaking at a Liberal so-called donor appreciation night for Laurier Club members. Now, in order to join such a club, members must donate at least $1,500 annually to be able to be a member. So just to get in the door, you needed to donate $1,500 to see the Prime Minister speak. And this is after the Liberal Party promised to abide by the rules of C-50, this legislation that they had just introduced, and they promised to be open to the media. But instead, Madam Speaker, the following took place. Liberal Party staff restricted media access to Ottawa Bureau Chief at the Huffington Post, Althea Raj, as well as to Joan Bryden from the Canadian Press. And then once, after a lot of representations on their own behalf, the media was actually allowed inside. They were then cordoned off into one little area and not allowed to mingle with any of the guests. And then Giuseppe Valiente, a Montreal reporter with the Canadian Press, was told to leave after the Prime Minister gave his speech. So it's not quite clear why the Liberal government bothers to put these so-called rules in place when it's quite evident that they simply just intend to break them anyway. Legislation isn't supposed to be about a PR exercise. Legislating isn't about a pair of the Prime Minister's socks that BuzzFeed can write a kitschy article about. Legislation is supposed to be about making good policy that changes Canada for the better. That's what it's supposed to be about. Legislation shouldn't be a way for the PMO to try to spin out of bad headlines that the Prime Minister created through his bad behavior. And some of those bad headlines are the following. And I'll quote, "Ethics watchdog says Prime Minister vacation on private island broke conflict rules." That was from the National Post. Or, and I'll quote another one, "Prime Minister broke ethics rules. Watchdog finds." That's from CTV. Or, "Prime Minister violated conflict of interest rules with vacation to Aga Khan's Island. Ethics Commissioner." That's from the Toronto Star. It's kind of like a greatest hits album for the Prime Minister, but it's not one that he should be proud of. In 2006, when our previous Conservative government came to power, we came in to clean up the corruption culture, the corruption that had taken hold in Ottawa after 13 years of Liberal rule. And one of our government's top priorities then was passing the Federal Accountability Act. And in that legislation, our Conservative government banned all corporate and union donations to political parties. If political parties wanted to be able to be heard and be able to operate, they would then be forced to go to ordinary Canadians on Main Street and make their case. And I think that's a promise that Canadians were and are on board with. But clearly, that's not a concern for this Liberal Party or for that Prime Minister. Regular Canadians don't have billionaire friends who invite them to a vacation on private islands. Regular Canadians usually can't afford $1,500 for the privilege of bending the Prime Minister's ear. After all, the Prime Minister should be equally accessible to all Canadians. But we know that that is not the case, Madam Speaker. And if this is something that the Prime Minister actually believes in, then he should do the right thing and stop attending Cash for Access fundraisers. Because the ethical issue surrounding Cash for Access fundraisers is not solved because the event is apparently open to the public. At the end of the day, is the event really open to the public? Does publishing the list of attendees on some website a month and a half later make the event transparent? No, it certainly doesn't. To this Liberal government, it's apparent that it's do as I say, not as I do. And apparently the Prime Minister thinks the law does not apply to him. If the Liberals really wanted to end these sorts of practices, all they had to do was simply follow their own guidelines to stop attending Cash for Access fundraisers. It's really quite simple. If you're the Justice Minister, this means don't attend the fundraiser with lawyers who are lobbying the government. If you're the Parliamentary Secretary who's been tasked with coming up with a plan for marijuana legalization, don't attend fundraisers with representatives from the cannabis industry. And if you're the Prime Minister, don't attend fundraisers with stakeholders who regularly and actively conduct business with the government. Those are very simple measures, Madam Speaker, that even the Liberal Party should be able to follow if they cared to bother following the rules or trying to follow the rules. Ethics isn't a tricky thing, Madam Speaker, but I guess for a Prime Minister who views his role as merely ceremonial, there's really no reason for him to be worried about a conflict of interest. Well, I've got bad news for him, Madam Speaker. The office of the Prime Minister is not ceremonial. It requires more than selfies and signing autographs. As the head of cabinet, the head of government, the Prime Minister should go above and beyond what is stated in the law. He should follow his own guidelines. The Prime Minister is most certainly not above the law, no matter how much he thinks he is. So he should lead by example. As public figures, we are all expected to lead by example. The Prime Minister should understand that. But it appears that neither he nor his government have plans to stop this obvious conflict of interest. If you don't have $1,500 to pay for access to a fundraiser, apparently your opinion doesn't matter to the Prime Minister. And that's simply not right. We're talking about the Prime Minister and his cabinet, the people who make our laws, create regulations, and raise our taxes. Is it right that they attend partisan fundraisers where they are being actively lobbied? How does the entire Liberal government not see that this is a serious conflict of interest? Well, I know the answer to that one, Madam Speaker. It's a classic case of Liberal arrogance seeping in yet again. The same type of arrogance that led to the sponsorship scandal. How quickly they forget, Madam Speaker, that they were swept out of power previously during the Chrétien and Martin days because Canadians were simply tired of their arrogance and their unethical dealings. Now, after just 2 years as government, the Liberals have just piled up a whole slew of ethical breaches already. We had the finance minister introducing a bill to rewrite pension laws while he still held onto 1 million shares of Morneau Chappelle, a company that could benefit from these new laws. Well, that led to an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. Then we had the Liberals' former Calgary minister campaigning with his father for a school board seat while using House of Commons resources. That also led to an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. And of course, who can forget about the private island vacation that the Prime Minister took, a vacation on the island of a billionaire who lobbies the government. That led to him making history, Madam Speaker, as the first Prime Minister to have been found guilty of breaking the law. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. So it's no wonder the Liberals have voted down the opposition's efforts to have the Prime Minister appear in front of the Ethics Commissioner to answer for his actions. He's even refused to answer the opposition's questions in question period and in the House of Commons about these serious ethical breaches. Instead, leaving the House Leader to answer for him and for the mess that he made while he sits there and signs autographs. This is why it's so hard to take the Prime Minister and his government seriously when they claim that Bill C-50 will make political parties more accountable. Because the truth is, it won't. The barber shop owner, the mechanic, and the farmer in our ridings, they don't have time to go on the internet to keep up with the fundraising activities of the Liberal Party. They rely on the hope that the Prime Minister and his cabinet would have the moral integrity not to sell access to themselves to the highest bidder. Now, fundraising, Madam Speaker, is a perfectly normal activity for politicians and political parties. When you're asking Canadians to support you and your party's vision and your ideas, that's part of how democracy works. Political parties take their ideas to the people, and if the people like it enough, they chip in a little bit of money to help you to be able to spread the message. But selling government access for donations to your political party is not a part of being in a democracy. Maybe it happens in countries with basic dictatorships that the Prime Minister admires so much. I don't know. And maybe that's where he got the idea that this was okay. Well, I can tell him it's not right, and it's certainly not ethical. Now, as politicians, we're expected to go above and beyond. So then I challenge the Prime Minister and his government to do just that. Stop attending cash for access fundraisers, and all of these problems will be gone. No more publicity stunts. It's time to take real action and to make actual real change, not just lip service. So thank you for the time, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for Laval-des-Îles.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech, but I would like to confirm and to tell him and every Canadian to understand that any citizen will have access to the office of the Prime Minister of Canada. They simply could write to him about their concern issue, and I assure you they will get the proper answer. In addition to that, the Prime Minister, in any public political activity or appearance, he stands hours and hours accepting citizens to take photo with him. We did not see this kind of action with the previous leader of the previous government. Now, to stop cash for access, I'm sorry to tell you, this we are looking for a concrete and open regime for any political financial activity. Why just you support it and then it will be for the benefits of all political parties in this chamber? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Is that member serious? He says, oh, no, it's okay, because every Canadian, well, if they write the Prime Minister a letter, he might answer them in a few months. Oh, guess what? They can all have a picture with the Prime Minister. I'll bet you that makes them all feel so much better. I'm sure they feel great. Maybe they can get one of those autographs he signs during question period. I'm sure they'd feel great about that too. While other people who can afford it are able to have the ability to buy cash, with their cash, access to the Prime Minister, to be able to bend his ear, to be able to talk to him about whatever project it is they might want approved or whatever it is. But that's okay, because you can get an autograph or maybe have a selfie with the Prime Minister. You'll feel better about that, I'm sure. If that's kind of the defense that he's providing, I don't know what kind of defense that even really is. And if he thinks that that's going to move him up further into the front benches or something, I'm not quite sure that'll do it, because I don't know how much the Prime Minister, maybe the Prime Minister will send him a photo too.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was carefully listening to the speech from the honourable member. In fact, I would like to correct that it was the Prime Minister, the previous Prime Minister, Right Honourable John Chrétien, that brought in the legislation to end the corporate and union donations. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you I feel very proud to be in public service for many years and doing my annual fundraising events at my own, where 800 to 1,000 people comes in every year to support me. I think the rules that we have, the $1,500, that is probably the lowest in the democratic countries. And I would like to ask through you, Madam Speaker, have this member ever accepted $1,500 donation from one of his constituents? And if he did, then why didn't he make that rules at that time for himself?
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
No. First of all, I want to tell the member, through you, Madam Speaker, that when he wants to stand up in the House of Commons and try to correct somebody, he should make sure he has his facts straight. He's simply wrong. He can go back and check that for himself. Now, I'll sort of, I guess the best way to respond to there was various sort of statements and questions there. I think probably the best way to respond to this is, these Cash for Access fundraisers, they're sort of a part of a pattern that we've seen from this government of unethical behavior. And part of that pattern, just as a way of a parallel example, is this vacation the Prime Minister took, so-called vacation, where he went to the private island of a billionaire who lobbies the government. Now that's been found, obviously, by the Ethics Commissioner to have broken the law in 4 separate ways. And the Prime Minister is saying he's taking responsibility, but he's refusing to actually take responsibility by paying that back. Now, there's been a previous instance where that Prime Minister, when he was simply a member of Parliament, prior to being the Prime Minister, was found to have had inappropriate travel expenses in the past. This was back in 2012, where he was found to have misused $672 in transportation costs to attend an event that had nothing to do with his role as a member of Parliament, and he used House of Commons resources to do that. When he was caught doing that, he admitted to the wrongdoing and repaid the money. So, always there's a saying about what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Well, in this case, I would ask him, isn't what's good for the goose still good for the goose? Why isn't he paying back the money now?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a question for the member from Banff Airdrie, and it's about Mary Dawson. And when she appeared before the committee, she made it very clear that parliamentary secretaries are not covered under the provision currently. And she made a recommendation that the committee may want to consider that omission. So this could potentially be expanded, and I'd just like the member's comments on whether or not he agrees that parliamentary secretaries should be included in the changes that are being proposed.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I found that omission interesting as well. Now, I suppose if one actually believed that this piece of legislation was actually intended to try to address the problem or fix the problem, then maybe, you could say, hey, there's an omission there. But I don't really believe that's what this is about at all. It's simply a PR exercise because they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and now they're trying to blame the cookie jar. And what's really interesting about it is if you actually look at the Prime Minister's own guidelines that were written, it says very clearly in there that they should apply to ministers and to parliamentary secretaries, and there should be no appearance, no conflict of interest, no appearance of it. So, simply all they have to do is follow their own guidelines. They don't even need a new piece of legislation. But clearly, that's not what this is about at all, Madam Speaker. This is simply about a PR exercise for the Liberal parties because they were caught breaking the rules.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lévis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to commend the quality of the speech of my colleague from Alberta. My colleague was elected some time ago, and he was elected for the first time in 2011. Now, since he comes from Alberta, and from a riding adjacent to that of the Right Honourable Prime Minister Stephen Harper, did Stephen Harper take part in these cash for access activities?
I was never, that I know of, no. That never occurred. And that's because he was someone who tried to conduct himself with integrity. That's it. And that's the difference between that Prime Minister and the current one. The current one, I can't even name the number of examples of the ethical breaches and violations, the simple hypocrisy, the breaking of promises. All of those things speak to the integrity of that Prime Minister, of which there really is none, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member referenced a number of articles, and I'd like to reference one from the Globe and Mail, September 20, 2017. Conservative leader won't post details about private fundraisers. He goes on in the article to talk about how he sees a big difference between the Prime Minister and himself, somebody who aspires to be the Prime Minister and by all intents and purposes is really just one election and one vote away from it. So I guess once he does become Prime Minister, if he ever gets to that point, as my opposition party would like to see, he would then all of a sudden suddenly become responsible for making sure that he lives up to those requirements. So I'm wondering why it is, if he has nothing to hide, that the leader of the official opposition wouldn't want to release that information. Does he not appreciate the fact that openness and transparency will allow others to look into what he's doing and making sure that he's completely clean on this as well? Why won't he provide that?
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. Well, the member is right about one thing. There is a very big difference between the Prime Minister and the leader of the official opposition. There's a very big difference. We've got a Prime Minister over there who thinks that he's above the law, that he's better than everyone else. And over here we have a leader of the opposition who is one of us. He's one of the people. He is someone who understands what everyday Canadians go through and has their best interests in mind. And that's the big difference between that Prime Minister and this leader of the opposition. And I can tell you that when the leader of the opposition is the Prime Minister of this country in 2019, I can assure you that you will not be seeing his name attached to any kinds of these ethical scandals or wrongdoings like we've seen multiple times from this Prime Minister and his government, because we have a leader of the opposition who stands up for the regular, everyday Canadian and who understands what they're going through and doesn't feel like he's entitled and better than everyone else. He wants to actually accomplish something for everyday, hard-working Canadians, and that's what he'll do.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise at third reading of Bill C-50 to offer some thoughts about the bill and about the issue of electoral reform, whether it's reforming finance or reforming the way we vote, or more generally, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important to try and start off with some reflections on why anyone listening at home might care about this debate, because if you look at the bill, it doesn't do a lot. It does some things. It does add some measure of transparency to political fundraising events that are being held by members of government in the formal sense, so cabinet ministers, the Prime Minister, obviously, of course, party leaders. But in terms of any kind of you know, I mean, except for the Canadians that are really on the Elections Canada website all the time and are interested to pour through these names, or some of them who will watch political news shows with analysts that are more familiar with the names and with that data and are going to benefit from maybe understanding better some of the relationships around government. And understanding those things is not a bad thing, and it's helpful to have more of that information in the public domain, Madam Speaker. But I think a lot of Canadians are going to feel like, well, this isn't going to make a big difference for me, personally, in terms of the way that I relate to the political system. And for a lot of Canadians, the way they relate to the political system is with a fair bit of cynicism. They feel like whoever they vote for, it doesn't really matter. The issues of the day don't really get addressed. And they're anxious, if they're going to see any kind of reform, it has to be big enough and bold enough to help them feel like their participation, even if that's only going out to vote once every 4 years, is going to start to feel to them like it makes more of a difference than they now feel that it does. And I would say to a lot of Canadians that going out and voting makes more of a difference than they know, and they may not feel that it makes much of a difference, but it can make a lot more of a difference than they know. But I'd also forgive them for not feeling that way, particularly in light of a government that ran on a slogan of real change, but is largely defending the status quo. And you can see that with this bill. This bill isn't really about fundamentally changing the Canadian political system at all. And so to the extent that a lot of Canadians, those who voted and many more who don't ever bother to vote, Madam Speaker, would look at this and say that they feel like our political system isn't working for them, they feel like it's hard for them to have their voice heard, and tinkering around the edges doesn't fix that. So whereas a lot of Canadians voted for a government that promised real change, and not just real change generally or real change on this or that, promised real change specifically about electoral reform. The big promise was that 2015 would be the last election fought on the first past the post system. This bill is really a status quo bill. I mean, it doesn't provide anything near the level of change that was promised in terms of electoral reform. So to the extent that I think all of us in this chamber have a stake in caring about how Canadians feel about the state of their democracy, and to the extent that some real change is required in order to get many Canadians who feel disaffected and disinterested in Canadian politics back at the table or to the table for the first time, we should be concerned that this bill, which was an opportunity for the Liberal Party and for the government to present its vision for how we were going to bring some meaningful change to Canadian electoral politics, really says let's keep on with the status quo that we knew many Canadians, around 40% of Canadians most times don't even find is worth showing up for, and many of those who do feel is in some important way broken. That's not a good status quo, and it's not a status quo that the Liberals promised to defend in the last election. They said that they were going to change it. They said that they heard that message and that they were on side with Canadians who felt that way, and a reason to vote for them was because they understood that and they were going to bring meaningful reform. So, publishing the details of a fundraising event 5 days in advance, the lack of that information is not what has been driving Canadians away from the political process progressively more and more over the last 30 or 40 years. It wasn't that they didn't get the 5-day notice on the fundraiser. It wasn't that it didn't apply to the leaders of political parties that aren't currently in government. That's not what Canadians were calling for when they said they wanted meaningful change in order to feel that the political process was working for them. But that's all that's offered in this bill. So fine, a step in the right direction. I don't have a problem supporting it. It's not that it's a bad measure because it's not enough, but it really doesn't meet the expectation that was set in the minds of Canadian voters for improving the electoral system. So where are we 4 years from now, regardless of who's elected to government in the next election? Well, Madam Speaker, we're in the same bloody place we were over 2 years ago, when Canadians were dissatisfied and electoral reform was an election issue. So how is it that we went through a whole election where that was a key election issue and there were key promises made on the part of the now governing party, and we end up in the same place with the same complaints and the same feelings of dissatisfaction? That's the problem with this bill. That's not a reason not to vote for it, but it's a real problem with this bill, and it's a problem for Canadians who were rightly fed up with the status quo. And to some extent, Madam Speaker, this doesn't just defend the status quo, but it actually legitimizes some of the worst aspects of the status quo that the Liberals, I think, have professionalized to an extent that nobody foresaw or expected in terms of cash for access fundraising. So for as much as politicians of all stripes have always done fundraising, and members of the governing party have always done fundraising, it's not until this Parliament, and believe me, Madam Speaker, it's not because we had more charitable opposition parties in former parliaments that cash for access wasn't an issue. It's because there wasn't the same evidence of the professionalization by government of selling access to their ministers. That's why you didn't hear about the term cash for access even under the Harper Conservatives. It wasn't because you had a benevolent opposition Liberal Party that was just willing to let the Conservatives get away with that. Believe you me, Madam Speaker, if they had been doing that, the NDP as the official opposition would have been calling attention to it, and the Liberals as the third party would have been calling attention to it too. And I disagree with my Conservative colleagues on many things, but I'm not going to make up that they were doing something that they weren't doing. Cash for access was not a theme of the Canadian political discourse until these particular Liberals came to power, Madam Speaker, and there's a reason for it. Nobody was as organized as in seeking out members of the Canadian business community or different communities that would have an interest in getting the ear of a minister until this government was elected, and they made a science of it. And they went out and they recruited those people, and they offered them special time in smaller venues at a high price in order to be able to get the ear of those ministers, Madam Speaker. That's wrong. And I don't care what the law says, that's wrong. And to be going through the motions of passing a bill on electoral financing and fundraising and not address that issue, not by making that practice, which is a repugnant practice, more transparent. That's not what we need to do. It's a practice we need to put an end to. So to the extent that we don't see any sign from the government benches that that repugnant practice of selling access to ministers isn't going to end as a result of C-50, there are serious problems with C-50. So great, step in the right direction. But I mean, you could pass a law that says anytime you meet somebody in the grocery store, you should smile at them. That would make the world a better place. It would make everybody feel good. It would be a step in the right direction, maybe, Madam Speaker, but it wouldn't solve a lot of the real problems that are facing Canadians today. This bill doesn't do that, and it doesn't solve the real problems that Canadians are facing today with respect to how they feel about their own political system. At the very least, it should do that. I mean, we don't expect this bill to fix the problems with pensions in Canada. We don't expect it to fix the problems with health care, but we surely could have expected that it would fix some of the problems that Canadians experience in the way that they relate to their politics. So I'm concerned that the government sees the passage of this bill as legitimizing a practice that is a new practice in Canadian politics in terms of the level of sophistication of going out and selling access to ministers based on interests that donors have in their portfolio area, Madam Speaker. And the government's defense of this practice doesn't hold up at all. What they want to say is, oh, well, this isn't so bad because the Prime Minister, he gets out there, he does town halls, he talks to people, write them a letter, he'll get back to you. And I think it's an offense to the intelligence of Canadians to pretend that the little old lady who comes to a town hall with 3,000 people and has to sit in the back because she got there by handy transit and gets to wave at the Prime Minister is the same as a high-powered corporate executive who pays $1,500 to go to a small dinner in somebody's, condo or residence or whatever else, to talk about whatever it is they're going to talk about. This bill doesn't give us any more insight into what's talked about at those events, Madam Speaker, or what's said or not said. To compare those two scenarios and expect Canadians to believe you that these are comparable scenarios is just ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous, and I think it's kind of offensive. It offends me. I think it probably offends a lot of Canadians to say, yeah, we get it. I get that when I sign up to go to the town hall, says Joe Canadian, that I'm not getting the kind of experience that a high-powered corporate exec is getting when he pays $1,500 to go meet the Prime Minister in a mansion somewhere. Like, I get that that's not the same. But the Liberals are trying to tell you that it is the same thing. And Canadians have to ask themselves whether they want people in government that think they're that stupid, Madam Speaker. I think that's a legitimate question for Canadians to be asking themselves. So that's the issue as I see it, Madam Speaker. We've got a really repugnant practice of cash for access. We've got a little bit of window dressing here to try and make it seem a little bit better, maybe kind of okay. I don't think it accomplishes that at all, but in the absence of real reform, it's not worth turning down. And then I think, man, what a missed opportunity, because the Liberals actually built a mandate for meaningful reform and said that they weren't the status quo party and said that they wanted changes. So instead of talking about, the quality of this window dressing and, or the color of the drapes, we could be talking about what kind of new voting system we're going to have. We could be talking about other measures that would have done a lot for Canadian democracy. Some we have talked about because some have been presented in the form of various private members' bills, and I'm thinking particularly of my colleague from Burnaby, who had a great idea. We've talked a bit about how it is that political parties are already subsidized publicly in two ways. One is that when these high-powered corporate execs buy that $1,500 ticket, Canadian taxpayers actually reimburse them almost half the cost of the ticket. And I think there's something particularly perverse about that, Madam Speaker, that corporate execs with the money in their pocket could pay the $1,500 to climb over ordinary Canadians who also want the ear of government to get special attention, and then actually have those same ordinary Canadians have to pay them back about half the cost of that special access that they're using to steamroll Canadians. You pick the issue, whether it's big pharma and jacking up drug prices, or whether it's energy companies that want to build a pipeline through this community or that community and want the ear of government instead of having to go to communities to get their permission. There's something perverse about the fact that those same people that are the victims of those bad policy decisions are being made to pay for the corporate executives' access to those dinners, Madam Speaker. So there's that way in which Canadians already subsidize political parties. There's another way in that the costs that Canadian political parties incur during an election are rebated in part by taxpayers as well. So we do already have different forms of subsidy. I'm trying not to go off on too much of a tangent. I also think that that's why it's completely legitimate to talk about a per vote subsidy and maybe even look at canceling some of those other subsidies in order to pay that money, because I think allocating those public subsidies that already exist on the basis of the parties that people actually want to support makes far more sense than rewarding certain parties for having donors that have more money to give and then forcing all of taxpayers across the country to rebate those donors simply because they're the ones with more money in the first place. There's something perverse about that too, Madam Speaker, but I'll digress on that point, because the point I want to come to comes back to my colleague from Burnaby, who made the excellent point that because we're rebating a certain portion of the costs to political parties for what they spend during an election, we could use that as a tool in order to encourage political parties to nominate more female candidates so that we can start to correct this serious gender deficit that we have in the House of Commons, where we have roughly about, I think it's about 26 or 27% women in the House of Commons, even though they make up more than 50% of the Canadian population. That's a great idea. That's the kind of bold thinking that might actually do something to change the status quo of Canadian politics. That would be in keeping with the kinds of promises the Liberals made in the last election when they said that they wouldn't be defenders of the status quo. That's not what we see in this bill. This bill is simply a reimagining and reinstituting of that same status quo, Madam Speaker. But we've heard good ideas about how to really increase the participation of women in Canadian politics, not just to encourage them more. That's good too, and that's something that also needs to happen. But that ignores the fact that there's a lot of systemic barriers in the way of women participating in politics. So it's not just call up your friends, your female friends more and see if you can get them to run. We also have to take more concrete measures. So I think, I was listening to the member for Burnaby earlier this week, speaking to this same bill, who was saying Canada has slid down to 65th in the world for participation of women in its House of Commons. Well, that's not a very impressive number. It's certainly not an impressive number for a government that styles itself as a feminist government and that's, says it's very committed to increasing the participation of women in politics. We know that that the Liberal Party has assured its incumbents of being able to run again, and it has a disproportionately small number of women in its caucus. And that means that if they're successful in the next election in re-electing most of their members that are here, that will be a bad day for women, because actually there's not a lot of women proportionately in the Liberal caucus. But there's no real policy ideas coming off of those benches to address those issues in any real way. And what's been unfortunate is that when we have had real ideas come forward, they've been quashed. Well, who quashes ideas like that are new? So whether it's the ideas that came out of an all-party committee on electoral reform that many pundits predicted would not be able to come to a majority opinion on how to proceed with electoral reform, but did, and recommended a referendum on proportional representation. That idea got quashed, even though it took many people across many different political fault lines working together to make it happen. It got quashed. But a great idea on how concretely to take a measure that wouldn't cost Canadian taxpayers any money. In fact, it would save them some money, because the way it was going to work was that rebate that I was talking about for parties that didn't run a slate with gender parity across the country would have their rebate reduced by a proportionate amount. That would actually save Canadian taxpayers money and incentivize political parties to get more women involved in politics at the same time. So, you want to talk about policy innovation and good ideas, that's a good one. A lot of good ideas that would move us in the right direction that we talk about do cost money, and that's money we're spending in many cases, so I don't apologize for that. But this is one that would actually more likely save Canadian taxpayers money and certainly wouldn't cost them any more. We saw it quashed. Well, who would quash those things? Only a party and a government that frankly is satisfied with the status quo, because where this leaves us is largely with the status quo. And we've changed the drapes, Madam Speaker, but the House is the same. We need to do a heck of a lot better if we're going to address the real democratic deficit in Canada. I look forward to passing this bill and then moving on to those real questions.
And comments? The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Madam Speaker, we have some of the strongest political financing rules in the world, and when you look at a ban on corporate and union donations, when you look at a cap of around $1,500 in personal donations, and most importantly, I would say, when you look at the limits on what politicians can spend. I mentioned in the House earlier this week, but I have friends in the United States who I played baseball with, and when I told them that I was getting involved in politics or thinking about getting involved in politics, and the annual the spending that I could do during the RIP period was $100,000, they laughed in my face. So I have to say, when we talk about window dressing and substantive changes to political financing rules are incredibly strong in the country. My question to the member is this. He said this was legitimizing cash for access. He said this is window dressing that doesn't accomplish anything. And if he truly believes that, why is he supporting the legislation?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, as I said in my speech, I mean, look, I think having a bit more transparency is all right. But that doesn't mean I'm going to run home and say, oh my goodness, everything is right with Canadian politics. Everything's fine. The Liberals fixed it all. We don't have to worry about who's giving money to who anymore. It's all well done, because that would be ridiculous. We still have a democratic deficit in this country, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to correct that deficit. And this does not do that, Madam Speaker. I've alluded to some of the things that I think we could do in order to really start addressing the democratic deficit, which has to do with a deficit in gender in our politics and not enough women in politics. It has to do with the fact that a government that got less than 40% of the vote is the one that's going to be able to choose what's in our bills on electoral reform and quash good amendments presented by our party, because they've got a majority of the committee with less than 40% of the vote. I'd like to get to talking about those issues, and we're nowhere near that with this.
And comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
Honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Something the honourable member said. He implied.
Maybe the member because the microphone wasn't on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Oh, yeah, it's a little longer down here. I just would like to add a point of precision. The honourable member left the impression that somebody who makes the maximum donation of, I think it's $1,550, is somehow benefiting more than a smaller donor from the tax credit. But as he knows, no doubt, the tax credit is progressive, so that somebody giving $400, for example, gets a bigger benefit. And in fact, their $400 donation really only costs them $100. And there are many people giving that kind of money because it only amounts to $100. But my other point, or rather it's a question, in terms of the per vote subsidy, the honourable member is implying that the per vote subsidy would be a reflection of the support that a particular party has in any given year. However, the per vote subsidy was calculated based on the results in a preceding election, and as we've seen, sometimes a party standing after an election is nowhere near what it was the year before the election. So how is that, therefore, a reflection of what that party deserves to get from the public purse?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
On its first point, what I would say is that, my point actually was not that people who give the max get a proportionately larger benefit, but that there's something perverse that people who are giving the max in order to get in to a special meeting with a minister, perhaps in an area with which they have a particular business interest, there's something perverse about the rest of us Canadians giving them half that money back. And it's approximately half. It is, because it's 75% on the first 400, it's 50% on the next 300, and it's 33%, I think, on up to the next, 250? So it works out to being about a $666 rebate total on $1,500, which is approximately half of $1,500. So I'm going to give myself that one, Madam Speaker. And, and I stand by my main point, which is that there's something perverse about that. On the second question, which has to do with the nature of the per vote subsidy, look, I mean, I think we can all agree it's hard to engineer a perfect system. My point is that it would be better to have a system where the public subsidy that is already being paid, so there's already a total amount that's paid in terms of public subsidies to political parties. Right now, it's a system that rewards parties that have donors that have more money to be able to give, essentially, because they can make those decisions to donate, and money comes back to them, which is a factor in how much they can donate. If people donate $20 because that's all they got, it doesn't really matter what the rebate is. It's a question of cash on hand and not how much is coming back at the end of the tax year. And so my point was that a per vote subsidy, I think, goes a long way to try and reduce that iniquity in the current public subsidy system.
And comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for a great speech, as usual. And I just wanted to ask him, through you, for him to comment on the cynicism that this government has engendered through their actions or lack of action on the electoral reform file. Here's a government who in the election campaign said, isn't it terrible that we've had a Conservative government for the last 4 years who only had 39% of the vote and yet had 100% of the power and was taking Canada down a road that they didn't agree with. And yet, when they're elected, they say, well, now that we're in power, it's okay. And I've had so many people who feel so betrayed by this. The cynicism is palpable in my riding, and I just wondered if he might want to comment further on that.
Bravo. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and you're quite right. And I think part of that, there's two roots to that cynicism, if you will. I mean, one is that what we're getting ultimately out of this government, certainly on the electoral reform issue, but I think actually a lot of other issues, is a defense of the status quo. And that's not consistent at all with the main message of their campaign, which was change, real change, in fact, right? And so if you promise real change and the upshot of a lot of your measures, and that's certainly the case here with C-50 and it's the case on the electoral reform file, is a strong defense of the status quo, then people are going to feel disappointed and they're going to feel betrayed. And I don't blame people for feeling that way with respect to the cautious ambition of this bill and the total lack of movement on the larger electoral reform file. The second root of the cynicism comes from the idea that, you know, those guys were bad and we're better, so anything we do is okay. And you see that in a lot of ways. You see that in the Prime Minister's remarks about electoral reform. Well, we need electoral reform when it was Stephen Harper, but now that it's me, we don't need to change it. The system's working again. The job of the system is to elect Liberals, and hallelujah, the good old days are back and we don't have to worry about making any changes anymore. And you see it in his behavior with respect to having been found to have broken the law on conflict of interest and thinking that it's okay, that there's no consequences for that. You see it from government ministers who are unapologetic about their cash for access fundraising and don't think it needs to change. In fact, they can pass a bill that kind of tweaks at the edges of some of the rules of this nefarious thing they're doing and think that that's okay. And that's where cynicism lives and grows. And it's unfortunate to see it all day, every day in this place.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. A brief question, please.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague, and I appreciate the fact that the NDP are voting in favour of this, and at the end of the day, what we're talking about in this legislation is we're expanding it. We're saying not only should the Prime Minister, but also should the Cabinet and leaders of political parties. These leaders ultimately are striving to be the Prime Minister someday, and I think Canadians have a right to know who is attending those major fundraisers, because to give the impression that the Prime Minister is the only one is wrong. Leaders of all political parties have fundraisers. Why shouldn't, why would people object that leaders of political parties not have to be subjected to legislation such as this?
A brief answer from the member for Elmwood Transcona.
We are voting for this bill, Madam Speaker, but I think it's important to call out the obfuscation of the Liberals that we've seen many times, conflating the role of government ministers and ministers of the Crown who disperse large amounts of public funds and make major policy decisions, and those of other members of this House, or in some cases, leaders who aren't yet a member of the House. And the role is clearly very different, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre, conformément.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Strathcona, the Environment, l'Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond, Food Labelling.
And the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Government Services. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll point out at the beginning I'll be sharing my time with the member from Surrey Newton. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise today to speak to this important piece of legislation that the government has brought forward, Bill C-50, which will make political fundraising events more open and transparent for Canadians and enhance the trust and confidence in our democratic institutions. Transparency is so important Because the public deserves to know what its elected representatives are doing, what information lies at the root of government decisions, and how influence is exerted in the government. Transparency is in the best interest of Canadian democracy and is much needed in our political financing process. The previous government simply did not understand the importance of transparency. It was a government often criticized for its pervasive secrecy and categorized as one of the worst in history regarding access to information. In fact, reports from the Canadian Journalists for Free Expression gave the previous government the lowest possible grade on transparency for a number of years running. We were elected on a promise to restore a sense of trust in our democracy. At the heart of this is a simple idea. Transparent government is good government. Through Bill C-50, our Liberal government will establish the openness and transparency that political financing has been needing for so long. It is important to recognize that fundraising is a significant part of political participation and democratic expression. Fundraising is a way for Canadians to show support for a party with whom they share values, ideals, and policies. Therefore, it is vital, or of vital importance, that we get these processes right. Canada already has one of the most robust systems in the world for political fundraising. This system includes strict spending limits, a cap on annual donations, and banning of corporate and union donations. At a national level, Canadian citizens and permanent residents can contribute a maximum of $1,550 annually to a registered party. Contributions to federal political parties are reported to Elections Canada, and donations of more than $200 are published online, including the contributor's name and address. At present, Canada is the 6th best democracy in the world according to the Democracy Index from the Economist Intelligence Unit, with a score of 9.1 out of 10. Canada ranks particularly high on the process of financing political parties with a score of 9.6 out of 10. It is evident that our democratic system is strong, but the performance of our system is due to the constant work of assessment, evaluation, and improvement. Our democratic institutions are the pillars in which our democracy is built upon. As our society continues to evolve, these systems need to be strengthened and improved. Measures within Bill C-50 are a step in the right direction. These measures ensure our system continues to evolve while furthering the principles of political participation and democratic expression. Bill C-50 will improve the fundraising process and will simplify the processes of accountability. In front of committee, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner mentioned her support for the direction of this proposed legislation with the following. 1. This piece of legislation, via increased transparency, would also make it easier for her office to investigate complaints. 2. The ease of access to the names and addresses of attendees at fundraising events would be useful if her office were to look into an allegation that a stakeholder who attended such an event subsequently received a benefit from a minister or a party leader. 3. The bill will remove secrecy surrounding fundraising events. Madam Speaker, it is these types of results that demonstrate our government's commitment to a fair, transparent process. It is these types of measures, how we seek to restore a sense of trust in our democracy. We recognize that these are important steps to improving the system, and as this government has said time and time again, we will work tirelessly with opposition members, the Ethics Commissioner, and other experts in making sure we get this right. In examining this bill, Dr. Leslie Seidel, a leading scholar in this field, has gone on to say that transparency is a vital principle for our political financing system. In fact, for those who don't know, political financing regulations in Canada were created under the 1974 Elections Expenses Act, which established a regime for the financing of federal elections in Canada. Seidel explains that since 1974, 2 critical developments have occurred to strengthen transparency in federal political financing. First was the extension of reporting requirements beyond parties and candidates to other entities such as constituency associations, leadership contestants, nomination contestants, and third parties. This was an amendment of the Elections Expenses Act of 1974 and took place in the 80s. The second development mentioned by Seidel took place in 2004. Since 2004, political parties must report on their contributions at the end of every 3-month period rather than annually. According to Mr. Seidel, Bill C-50 fits into these two critical junctures as a third development, enhancing further transparency for our political financing system. The reason why I mention this, Madam Speaker, is because it was under a Liberal government that the Elections Expenses Act of 1974 was crafted. It was under a Liberal government that reporting requirements were extended. And it was also under a Liberal government that enhanced transparency over political party contributions were established. And it is now, again, under a Liberal government that transparency over political financing is further being strengthened. Looking back in history, it is very easy to identify the pattern. Not a single Conservative government has enacted legislation to strengthen transparency in political finance. Not only have the Conservatives chosen to disregard this file time and time again, the Conservatives have chosen to omit making improvements to our democracy. The Conservatives are now refusing legislation that enhances public scrutiny. Madam Speaker, I wonder why the Conservatives would continue to oppose strengthening transparency in our political financing system. Even though stakeholders such as the Ethics Commissioner clearly indicate that C-50 is good legislation moving forward, the official opposition continues to reject it. It does not make any sense that the Conservatives are unwilling to support sound legislation that promotes transparency. It does not make sense that the Conservatives object to transparency unless, of course, they have something to hide. Under the bill, measures would also apply to fundraising events held by party leaders. And in this case, as I've mentioned many times in the House, the Conservative leader specifically. We know the Conservative leader, the leader of the official opposition, has refused to disclose details of his own private events in the past. However, moving forward under this legislation, he, along with all parties, will have to disclose these events. So no longer will the leader of the Conservatives be able to hide who his donors are and who influences his agenda. In sum, Madam Speaker, I am strongly supportive of Bill C-50 because it reflects the importance of transparency in democratic rule. Bill C-50 brings forth enhanced transparency to the political fundraising process. These changes are a step in the right direction. They complement and strengthen our democracy, and they contribute to fairness within the political fundraising system. I encourage all members of this House to vote in support of Bill C-50. Again, our party understands that when we bolster transparency, democracy wins. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. In following what my other colleagues have said, yes, we will support the bill because there are some changes. But the bill is missing the point. The Liberal Party ran on a platform of the last election in which they got the majority government would be the last election and first past the post, period. And then suddenly we changed ministers and changed mandates, and gosh darn, we don't need that anymore because we're a majority Liberal government. So yes, there may be some changes here, but through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to put the question here. It's still not resolving the key issue, which is cash for access. And the issue is, it's one thing for somebody to pay $10 and get the entrance to underneath the bar in Edmonton Strathcona to have a meeting with me. And usually we don't charge anything. But it's another thing to pay $1,500 in a private law firm by invitation, and you simply reveal, oh, well, these were the ones who were there, and the Minister of Justice was there. But really, she was just there as a MP, not as a Minister of Justice. I wonder if the member could explain to me how this resolves that overriding issue of cash for access to the Prime Minister and Ministers of the Crown.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the point of the bill is missing the point, I would suggest that the bill entirely hits on the point that the member is concerned about. The whole idea of paying to get access to something, to somebody, to particular individuals. It's about the openness and transparency that comes with that. If you, the ethics commissioner, can scrutinize after the fact as to who had access, who was paying to go to an event, who was donating, you have access to these individuals. You have access to the list of people, where they live. As the commissioner said herself, this will improve her ability to do her job, to be able to properly scrutinize who has access to these particular individuals. So I would suggest that it completely hits the point.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands. And because I don't think he got it with that last question, I'm going to ask it again, perhaps in a different way, and that is, you know, about this problem about cash for access. If he went onto the street and asked a reasonable person, you know, we have this problem with cash for access fundraisers. People are being asked to pay $1,500 to the Liberal Party to gain access to the Justice Minister or the Finance Minister. You know, what would help? Would knowing about this beforehand help? If you were invited, would you feel better about that? If you were told within a month after who was there, you know, instead of waiting to the end of the year, would that help? Or maybe we should ban the payment of money to the Liberal Party for access to our cabinet ministers. And I'm just asking through you, what would he think the people would say? What would fix the problem more? One of the first two or the last one, banning this unethical conflict of interest, cash for access?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, the member asks what would help. What is going to help is when we give the tools and the resources to the commissioner and to the general public to be able to scrutinize how these events are put together, who is attending them, how much money they're paying to attend them. The whole idea to the openness and transparency, Madam Speaker, is that when we have the ability to look into the details, not only do you get the retroactive respect of it looking back in time, but also those who are planning this stuff know in advance to prepare themselves accordingly, because this will be scrutinized later. So absolutely, I believe that this legislation is going to help. And not only is it coming from me, it's coming from the Ethics Commissioner, the individual who's responsible for looking into this stuff professionally for us.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for splitting his time with me and a very passionate speech that he made. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to rise today to speak on Bill C-50, an act to amend Canada Elections Act in relation to political financing. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Democratic Institutions, we have taken concrete action to make the government more open so that Canadians can fully understand what their government is doing. A clear way to do this is to make political fundraising more transparent. I'm proud to say that Canada has been a leader on this since former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable John Chrétien, banned corporate and union donations to political parties. Today, Canada's strong fundraising and the election laws are an example throughout the world, as foreign countries regularly visit our countries to understand our system and learn from it. We have one of the most robust systems in the world, which includes strict spending limits, a cap on annual donations, and banning of corporate and union donations. Canadian citizens and permanent residents can contribute a maximum of $1,550 every year to a registered federal party. This is amongst the lowest in the democratic world. In fact, many other democratic countries have no limit at all. These laws prevent big money from influencing our elections and policies, and it provides transparency because any donation over $200 is published online with the information of who donated. It is important for our democracy that the voice of every Canadian is heard and that decisions only be made on the facts, principles, and values. I have no doubt that every member in this House would agree with that. I'm proud of the work that has been accomplished to make our elections fairer, where big money plays no role. Our elections are about ideas, and we need to keep it that way. These laws are important to protect the integrity of our institutions. When the government or its policies are motivated by large donations from corporations or unions, that is when public trust in government begins to erode and Canadians become disinterested in the political process. This undermines the foundation of our country and the foundation of our democracy. Many countries have no limit on how much one can donate, and the result of this that the large interest groups control the conversation regarding policy because of their ability to donate large amount of funds. This leads to the public discussion changing from what is in the public interest to what is in the interest of raising enough money for next election. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. There is nothing wrong with raising funds. It is an important part of our democracy as it gives political parties and its candidates the ability to reach out to the citizens through communication materials and other means. It is also an opportunity for voters to express their support with their money, which is their individual right. I myself am very proud of the grassroots fundraising from thousands of people that have supported me over the many years that I have been in public service. The value of those donations is much higher than those that come in large sums from single groups because it brings real committed support along with it. But these laws need to be made stronger so that our bar for transparency and accountability is high enough to maintain the highest standards of trust in our election process. That is why we are introducing new actions that will increase transparency and give Canadians a new way to understand the fundraising of political parties. Our promise to Canadians was to increase trust and accountability in Parliament and the democratic process. This is something that we have continuously worked towards that began with our actions to strengthen our election systems and engage more Canadians, especially new and young Canadians. Bill C-50 builds on the existing rules and adds a new layer of transparency around fundraising by making several changes. First, fundraising events that have a ticket price of over $200 and are being attended by a cabinet minister, party leaders, and the leadership candidates would have to release the name and address of each donor, with the exception of youth under the age of 18, volunteers, staff, media, and the individuals providing support services. Secondly, parties will have to advertise the event to the public at least 5 days in advance so that the Canadians have access to where and when fundraising activities are taking place. After the event, political parties would have to release the names and partial addresses of donors within 30 days. Third, in order to ensure that the rules around fundraising are followed, the donations collected would have to be returned if not reported within a set period of time. Madam Speaker, Bill C-50 recognizes that even though Canada has world-renowned rules on political fundraising, we understand that this is something that needs to be continually addressed and improved. This bill will allow Canadians to continue to place confidence in our democratic institutions. These amendments to the Canada Elections Act will give Canadians, including the media, more information than ever by letting them know who is going to the fundraisers, when they are happening, who is attending, and the amount required to attend. In closing, I urge all members to support this bill. Our democracy is most important foundation of our country. Making fundraising activities more open and transparent has been a core commitment of this government, and we will continue to deliver on that promise. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the members in the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And, I listened to the member's speech, and, it's all wonderful words, but that's kind of what we always get from this government is a bunch of words and very little action. And they might claim this to be action, but at the end of the day, what this really is a cover-up. It's a PR exercise. And what really would be required in order to prevent these kinds of practices from occurring is simply for the Liberal Party to start following some of the guidelines that they set for themselves, for the Prime Minister to start behaving ethically, and to stop doing these kinds of cash for access fundraisers. That's simply all that would be required. There's no need for a piece of legislation to tell someone what everyone should already know, which is how to behave ethically, which is how to follow the rules. It's something the Prime Minister thinks he's above and beyond is the rules. So simply all the Prime Minister needs to do is follow them. So why doesn't this government just simply choose to follow the rules? I mean, I'll just ask as a corollary to that as well, we look at these kinds of instances occurring, whether they be the cash for access, whether it be the Prime Minister's travel. We saw previously, the Prime Minister had accepted, had inappropriately claimed some travel expenses previously in 2012 before he was Prime Minister, $672 for a limo ride to an event that had nothing to do with his responsibilities as a Member of Parliament. At that time, he said, yeah, okay, I'll take responsibility, and he paid back the money. So, what was good for the goose then should be good for the goose now. So why doesn't the Prime Minister just simply start to follow the rules instead of having to create legislation to cover it up with a PR exercise?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Banff Airdrie for asking this question. In fact, Madam Speaker, I want to tell the House and Canadians that this is the Prime Minister that is not appealing above the law. This is the Prime Minister who is a grassroots leader, and I have seen him over many years, and he's not shy away from being transparent, and that is why we have brought this Bill C-50. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the member from Banff Airdrie is very much informed that it's his leader that was doing events during the last summer and who has refused to declare who was attending and who was donating. It is our Prime Minister, it is our leader that is transparent and open, and that's why we have brought this legislation forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Surrey Newton for his speech. I just wanted to ask him through you to comment on the fact that if you asked most Canadians a while ago that the government would be putting forward a bill to amend the Canada Elections Act, whether they thought it would be about trying to fix some unethical Liberal fundraising tactics, or whether they thought it would be about the big promise they made in the last election, that of electoral reform, where every time I went to 20 all candidates forums, the Liberal candidate would stand up next to me and said, the next election will be well, this election will be the last under first past the post. We will fix this. We will listen to the experts. We will ask Canadians and come up with a better system. The experts, 90% of them at committee said we need proportional representation. Over 80% of Canadians who participated said we need proportional representation, and they went back on that promise. And the cynicism across this country is tremendous. I'd just like to ask him through you what he thinks of that.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from South Okanagan West Kootenay for raising an important issue. This was an issue, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to tell the member that on this side of the House, I can bet that every member has gone to their constituents and had open discussion and roundtable meeting. And so did I had a town hall meeting. When I had that town hall meeting, the status quo system was very well supported because people were confused. People wanted to see the system remain. And I can tell you on this bill, when it comes to Bill C-50, and I want to thank the honourable member that he's going to support this bill, because this is the bill that is taking us in the positive direction, which is putting transparency and accountability on the front.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I will be sharing my time with the member from Edmonton-Griesball. Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party's campaign platform literature attributes a quote to its leader as follows: "Sunlight is the world's best disinfectant. Liberals will shed new light on the government." Certainly that quote by the now Prime Minister has proven prophetic, but not for the reasons he had hoped. A new light has indeed been shed on government in this Liberal era, and that light has been unflattering. In the space of less than 2 years, this government has tallied a litany of ethical failures. And now here we are today, against that background, debating Bill C-50, a proposal to amend the political financing rules of the Canadian Elections Act. Now, context is important here, Madam Speaker, because this bill at its heart is one that addresses a question of ethics, namely those surrounding the cash for access fundraisers in which Liberals engage. The Liberals are retroactively attempting to find political cover for a problem they created. Bill C-50 is before us because the Liberal Party was selling cash for access at events where tickets were up to $1,500 per person. Now, many speakers before me on this issue have detailed the ins and outs of the cash for access scheme and the instances in which the Liberals benefited from it. Suffice to say, the Liberals now want to legitimize the practice because they depend on it. You see, Madam Speaker, the numbers have been crunched, and they do not look rosy for the governing party. The Conservative Party just had its best quarter and best year of fundraising results since 2015, but the Liberals logged their worst fundraising year since the current Prime Minister became the party's leader. The Liberals know that Canadians are responding to our positive Conservative vision and taking action to support that vision for Canada through their financial support for our party. The Liberals, for their part, have lost the support of their grassroots donors because of their unethical behaviors. It seems many Liberal supporters are showing they've had enough of their party's tax hikes, their government's continuous pattern of debt and deficits, and their failure to deliver results for middle-class Canadians. The Liberals, therefore, want to formalize the access for cash arrangement to help them make up for the loss of funds that have resulted from Canadians' loss of confidence in them. They view Bill C-50 as the answer to their problems. They want to change the rules to conform to their behaviors so they can tell Canadians they are following the rules when they organize these types of fundraisers. Now, the Conservative opposition in the course of, the Conservative Party in its opposition the Conservative opposition in the course of its duty to hold this government to account has stood repeatedly to defend Canadians' interests across the cross purposes of their own Prime Minister. We have consistently exposed matters linked to the unethical behavior of this Prime Minister and others within the Liberal ranks. And every time we have exhorted their party to do the right thing and to take responsibility for their actions, to apologize and to change course for the sake of the Canadian people we are all here to serve, their leadership has responded instead by dragging out the issue, dodging legitimate questions Canadians have about their conduct. Now here we have Bill C-50, which is the latest attempt by the party to avoid doing the right thing, in favor of setting the rules up to give them more latitude. The Liberals know their cash for access fundraisers do not pass the smell test with many Canadians. Canadians understand human nature, Madam Speaker, and they know how suspicious meetings could happen at events of the type that Bill C-50 governs, where people are paying a lot of money to attend and to bend the ears of the powers to be. Rather than take the high road and forego a practice many find objectionable, however, they choose instead to legitimize their bending of the rules, so they can keep charging wealthy individuals to meet and discuss government business with Liberals. So we know what Bill C-50 means for the Liberals, but what does it mean for Canadians in general? Well, in short, it means more government, Madam Speaker. Since the Liberals refused to relinquish their cash cow, they have decided instead to bring in new rules, which come with new advertising, new reporting, and new administration requirements, which under a Liberal government, you can bet means more costs for Canadians. They prefer this avenue of new expenses for taxpayers so they can continue their sketchy events, rather than the obvious, honourable, no-cost alternative, simply call a stop to these types of fundraisers. That doesn't take legislation to do. That doesn't require making new rules to follow and thereby creating more expense to administrate. They could just stop doing it. Instead, they opt for more red tape and to make a big bureaucratic mess out of more matters to regulate. The paternalistic answer for the Liberals is always bigger government and new regulations as opposed to making the right choices. We need less red tape, less bureaucracy, less expense for the taxpayers in Canada, and not new opportunities to grow all of those categories. By now, we have heard all the details and provisions of the bill many times. We know how Bill C-50 provides, among other things, that fundraisers requiring a contribution over $200 and at which party leaders, ministers, or leadership contestants will be in attendance, must be advertised online by the party 5 days in advance, and a report of each individual fundraiser, including the headline guests, individuals who attended, and how much each attendee was required to pay, must be submitted to Elections Canada within 30 days of the fundraiser for public disclosure. These and other proposals in this bill are tailored to add a gloss of acceptability to the Liberals' tradition of such fundraisers that charge for proximity to their ministers. A new law will not make these cash-for-access fundraisers ethical, however. What a cynical worldview that represents. Canadians want to know that their representatives are honest, trustworthy, and scrupulous in their dealings. People are naturally leery of political fundraising, and Canadians want us to have not even the appearance of conflict. And that is what some Canadians thought when they were getting with this Prime Minister. They were led to believe so because the Prime Minister's own Open and Accountable Government Guide under the fundraising section states that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, that appearances of conflict of interest and situations that have the potential to involve conflict of interest, end quote. Given such a directive from the Prime Minister, why then do Liberals need Bill C-50 at all, when they could just have followed their own stated ethical standard? I think we know the answer. The answer is because this government is ethically challenged. I don't say that as an insult. I say it as a matter of unfortunate fact. It has been proven time and time again. The recent breaches of ethics we've seen from the party cannot be characterized as simple mistakes or missteps, though the Liberals have certainly attempted to portray it that way. No, rather, these breaches have been serious and even historic in nature. Less than halfway through his mandate, the Liberal leader has the dubious distinction of being the first Canadian Prime Minister to break a federal law while in office. When he accepted a gift the Ethics Commissioner ruled could have influenced his decision-making, a gift, I hasten to note, which also posed a cost of $200,000 to Canadians, a cost the Prime Minister to this day refuses to repay the taxpayer. You know, it has been evident from his actions for some time now that the Prime Minister does not think rules should apply to people like him. Every indicator points to his belief there is one set of rules for Liberals and their friends and another set for everybody else. We've seen this in the decision to wait nearly a year to apologize to Canadians for multiple violations of the Conflict of Interest Act. He genuinely doesn't see anything to apologize for until the Ethics Commissioner's report publicly pointed it out. Bill C-50 shows us the Liberals also don't see a problem with selling access to those who are willing to pay up the maximum federal amount. I am reminded of the proverb, "Physician, heal thyself," an admonition to ensure you are not guilty of the faults you are attempting to correct in others. Cash for access events resulted in the Ethics Commissioner and the Lobbying Commissioner launching investigations against the Liberals, which in turn has resulted in Bill C-50. It shows us these particular physicians in the Liberal Party are choosing only to treat the symptoms rather than to cure the disease. C-50.
And unfortunately, the member is out of time. I've allowed for a few extra seconds there. I would just remind the member that if he has additional information to share, I'm sure that he'll be able to do that during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a quote from my colleague as well. He quotes quite a bit in his speech. I have one for him as well. But I just want to touch on the fact that the transparency issue is one that's brought forward in C-50 that I think, whether you call it a positive first step or a step in the right direction, is simply just that. It baffles me why they would not vote for this. I know before, I mentioned before in this debate how Conservative ministers used to have fundraisers as well. I mean, that's politics 101 here in this country. The executive sits within the House of Commons. Therefore, they have to get elected just like the rest of us. The other part is that they also claim that some of the ministers, when they found out or when it was reported in the media that stakeholders were at their fundraisers, they decided to back away. It's almost like they were saying your hand was caught in the cookie jar when in fact they were caught reaching for that very same cookie jar. So I find that baffling, but here's my quote. And I was wondering, he mentioned about the success of the Conservative money raising as opposed to Liberal money raising. And here's what was said by a Conservative member during this debate. Quote, by the way, the party in government should be able to raise twice as much money as the opposition because the governing party is the one that makes the decisions. The party in government should be able to raise twice as much money as the opposition because the governing party is the one that makes the decisions. Does he really agree with that?
The member for Calgary Heritage.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. I think that to some extent that's true. I think the incumbent always has the advantage. I mean, that's a given. And so if you're an incumbent in your riding, you are well known. You have the name. You are the one that has the power right now. And so I think that in that sense, if you look at it in theory, that yes, the government, the governing party should have an advantage. But the problem with this cash for access is that we are talking, the cash for access is when we're dealing with government officials, either the Prime Minister or a cabinet minister who has power to make decisions that affect us all. Now, That's an important distinction we have to make. It's not like we're just talking to a backbencher. We're talking to the people who make the decisions. Why does the Prime Minister and the cabinet ministers have to put all of their assets into a blind trust where other backbenchers don't have to do that? It's because they have so much power. So when you have access to that, simply because you pay money, that could be a problem, and that's what we're worried about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. Brief question, please.
Again, I have to ask, because it was said in this House that the government, by a Conservative member, said, and I quote again, that the government should have that distinct advantage to raise twice as much money as the party in opposition. But isn't that the very essence of Cash for Access? If that's his assumption, then that's exactly what we're trying to get rid of, and that's what they're arguing against. Or are they arguing for it? I'm not sure.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage has 1 minute to respond.
I think that there are different ways to get donations. So, yes, every Canadian citizen could write a check for $50 and send it in. No problem. But if the way you're getting the money is by having the personal time with the Prime Minister or a cabinet minister for 10 minutes, a half hour, and that access, that is special access. That is not sending in a check for $100. Yes, the governing party could easily get tons and tons of money in just in simple checks. Nobody asked the question. There's no personal time with these people. But when you have the most powerful person in Canada, the Prime Minister, and you have access to him because you've given him cash and you're a wealthy citizen, that can create issues that we have to be very concerned about, because that is unequal access. That is extra access, and you could easily influence his decisions by that.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As everyone knows, I'm here today to talk about Bill C-50. And, you know, we've heard a lot of comments from this side of the House noting that the bill really just doesn't get it done. And it's kind of quite amazing that our cohorts in the NDP would want to support it, but it really doesn't get it done. We know we've got to say, you know, I've got to say at the outset that of my remarks that it's so typical of the Liberals to introduce complicated, very complicated legislation and red tape instead of just being inherently ethical. You know, the Prime Minister's own open and accountable government guide, which we all know that's, quote, open and accountable, under the fundraising section states, and I quote, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest, end quote. Pretty simple, straight ahead, pretty good sounding. So why do the Liberals need such legislation if they could just follow their own rules? It just doesn't add up to me. Well, we all know that the situation is they broke the rules and they got caught. That's why we're here debating this today. We're speaking to it today. That's the only reason this legislation has come forward. So here we are debating C-50, which is basically a Band-Aid for bad behavior. Liberal bad behavior. This legislation really is quite unnecessary. We don't need new legislation to tell us how to act and to tell us what to do and how to behave. it's been said here before, but it's worth repeating. A new law will not make the Prime Minister's infamous cash for access fundraisers ethical. It just won't. Those famous, or maybe I should say infamous, Liberal fundraisers saw scores of people paying $1,500 a pop to have special access to the Prime Minister or cabinet ministers. Really, really quite shameful. We all should know, on all sides of this House, what's right and what is wrong. I think we've known this since we were 4 years old, maybe younger. If you're caught with your hand in the cookie jar, you know, there's a price to pay. But, well, you know, Madam Speaker, the Liberal leader of Canada was clearly caught with his hand in the cookie jar. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He's admitted it, et cetera, et cetera. And Canadians tell me they believe the Prime Minister just doesn't understand basic ethics. And that's pretty evident. He doesn't like to own up to what he's done. He doesn't understand that when you do something or take something that doesn't belong to you, you have to give it back. Yeah. I mean, we were taught that as children. You know, you have to accept punishment, not just say, oh, well, you know, my bad, can't do it, you know, sorry about that. Sorry if, you know, I hurt your feelings. It's just like his trip to the Aga Khan's private island. You know, the Prime Minister was found to have broken the law. He was found guilty of, you know, 4 ethics violations. 4 of them. And we all know what happened. But, you know, when you break the law, there's a price to pay, and you can't just say sorry. You can't say, you know, I think we all remember that famous song from the 1980s, "Tears Are Not Enough." It rings true now. And I think we also know that the Prime Minister is very good at crying on cue and appearing to be sorry. But you have to make amends, Madam Speaker. You have to make amends. And this Prime Minister is just not willing to do so. He's said that again and again and again in this House. I guess he's just not ready. Where have I heard that before? I don't know. He hasn't grown up yet. Yeah, that's true. He's just not grown up yet, and maybe he never got punished before. I don't know. Every Canadian knows that you just can't take something and say sorry and then not give it back. I mean, we learned that as children. And it's especially not cool when you're taking that taxpayer money from hard-working Canadians. You know, these are people who know what it's like to work hard for $1 and make it. And that's precisely, you know, what he's doing. He's taking from hard-working taxpayers. He's even refusing to pay back more than $200,000 for his illegal family trip to Fantasy Island. That's what I like to call it. It was a fantasy. Don't forget, he's the first sitting Canadian Prime Minister found in violation of a federal statute while in office. Now that's quite a record. It's terrible. It's shameful. Could you imagine? This is one that I think of all the time. Can you just imagine the outrage if then Prime Minister Stephen Harper had broken the law in this way? Can you imagine? They'd be stringing up the gallows. You know, but the thing is, I know that would never have happened, and it didn't happen, and it couldn't have happened because of the fundraising rules that were already in place, and the fact that we as Conservatives followed them. And, you know, that's the key. We followed the existing rules. You know, Canadians really deserve better than a Prime Minister who believes that there's one set of rules for Liberals and his friends, and a whole nother set of rules for everybody else, all the other poor schmucks. You know, what's really at play here, Madam Speaker, is if the Prime Minister truly wanted to be ethical and end cash for access, all he needed to do was just stop doing these types of fundraisers. It's a no-brainer. It's cliche to say that it's not rocket science, but it's beyond that. I mean, it could not be clear. It just doesn't take legislation to stop unethical behavior. It just takes being ethical, right? It's ludicrous that we're even having to sit here and debate this kind of thing when we all know what the situation is. It's just be ethical. So all you need is a good moral compass, and we're not seeing that from this Prime Minister. So, Madam Speaker, I'll transition just for a minute to say a few words about the party that I represent. The truth is we approach things differently. We get a lot of smaller donations from regular Canadians, and we continue to get them. And as a party, we don't rely on wealthy elites and pay-to-play events and such fundraisers. We really don't. In fact, I'm told that we, opposition Conservatives, just had our best fourth quarter ever, and the best year since the 2015 election without relying on these kinds of unethical fundraising practices that the Liberals have employed. But now the Liberals had their worst fundraising year since the Prime Minister became their leader because, well, they had to halt these unethical types of fundraisers. That's exactly why. You know, these numbers support that what we're hearing from all constituents and Canadians across the country. Canadians are really, really tired of the Prime Minister's unethical behavior, his tax hikes, failure to deliver results for middle-class Canadians. But we Conservatives will continue to follow the law as we always have.
Sorry, the member has run out of time. I'm sure he'll be able to work anything else that he has to say into the question and comments. We have time for a question and comment before we continue on with some of the orders of the day that are coming up. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, it's almost like when you listen to this time and time again, it's almost like the years 2006 to 2015 just didn't exist. My issue about all of this is it's not like, was there ever a Conservative minister? They all never attended any fundraisers. Leaders never had any fundraisers. I'm not even sure Mr. Harper ever divulged his list of donors from the very beginning. And then they go on about, we don't take money from the wealthy. Nobody wealthy has ever given to the Conservative Party of Canada? I mean, that's a rhetorical question that is, you know what? I'm just absolutely gobsmacked by the amount of hypocrisy in this. I absolutely have no question. I'm stunned.
I'll allow the member for Edmonton Griesbach to respond with a brief answer, please.
Well, it's not so much the fundraise. We all know that we all have to fundraise, but it's a matter of what happens at these fundraisers and what the expectation is. And Conservatives don't come to fundraisers to bend the ear of the Prime Minister. That's off limits, and it always has been. And I saw that absolutely when I was running as a candidate. There were strict rules, and they would be. I was told, look, you keep if you think that somebody is going to come to this little fundraiser and they're going to get to lobby a minister or the Prime Minister, you keep them out. It's on you to keep them out, and it was very, very strict.
Thank you very much, and I do want to remind the members on the government side that when someone has the floor that they allow that respect, and if they have other questions they can attempt to get up and ask. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Scheer relating to the business of supply. Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
Now that the member of Carleton has taken his seat, he didn't even react. But the question is the following one. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moved that in the opinion of the House, when any member violates the Conflict of Interest Act, including accepting gifts or hospitality, Section 11, furthering private interests, Section 21, being in a conflict of interest, Section 5, and accepting travel, Section 12, or violates the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, and in so doing so incurs a cost upon the taxpayer, that member must repay those costs to the taxpayer. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Bernier. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Berthold. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Deadtel. Mr. Deadtel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Generous.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundee, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundee, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs.
Mr.
Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulevest.
Monsieur Boulevest.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Miss Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Shager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Monsieur Shifte.
Monsieur Shifte.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Essarts.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, les îles des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Desangari.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Ellison.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mrs. Ludwig.
Mrs. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matspédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Rabian.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serret.
Mr. Serret.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Cedar, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Ayed.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 128, 128. Nays contre 166, 166.
Declare the motion defeated. The House, la Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed. Order. The House will now proceed. The House will now proceed to the taking.
I got lots of time, folks. Order. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-365 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that Bill C-365, an act to amend the Criminal Code, firefighting equipment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row to my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundell, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundell, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk. Minster.
Mr. Falk. Provencher.
Mr. Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin. Rangé à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Second row to my left.
Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Dedtud.
Monsieur Dedtud.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladdy.
Ms. Gladdy.
First row to my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemin, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemin, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shears.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Row 5.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. À ma gauche.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes. Troisième rangée à ma
Third row to my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mrs. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore. Rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouloris.
Monsieur Bouloris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly. Rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
À ma droite qui s'oppose à la motion, veut bien.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Row 5.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame
Monsieur
Lapointe.
Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matan, Metapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Robial.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
À ma droite.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr.
Third order to my right.
Tansey.
Mr. Chiefcase.
Chiefcase.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, les îles des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Laupin.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Mr. Anna Sangary.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrove.
Ms. Scrove.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalaggio.
Mr. Scarpalaggio.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mrs. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour, 77, 77. Nays contre, 217, 217.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M133 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Lauzon. The question is as follows. Mr. Lauzon. Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions made by the over 100,000 British home children to Canadian society, their service to our armed forces throughout the 20th century, the hardships and stigmas that many of them endured, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon the story of the British home children for future generations by declaring September 28 of every year British Home Child Day in Canada. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Roda.
Mr. Roda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Chaquet.
Monsieur Chaquet.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal. Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Alvis.
Mr. Alvis.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulevis.
Monsieur Boulevis.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Metapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Fourth row at my right. Excuse me.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Bataway.
Mr. Bataway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Mock.
Mr. Mock.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. El-Kouri.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
At my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Desangre.
Mr. Anna Desangre.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cara.
Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 294, 294. Nays contre, 0 au cas.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M148 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Diorio. The question is as follows. Mr. Diorio, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggio, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the importance of educating Canadians about the consequences of impaired driving due to alcohol, drugs, fatigue, or distraction, which every year destroys the lives and health of thousands of Canadians. By designating the third week of March each year National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr.
Yakima. Mr. Yakima. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mrs. Ludwig. Mrs. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Nisqua, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacamp.
Mr. Seacamp.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Angers à ma droite. Mr.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lozon, Argental, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argental, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
First row at my right.
Mr. Sajid.
Mr. Sajid.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay. Que tout ça à ma gauche qui...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontendo, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontendo, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madame Fortier.
Row my left.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Bell.
Ms. Vanden Bell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Said.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Generous.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulevais.
Monsieur Boulevais.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Première rangée à ma First row at my left.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Gestionnaires, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Everton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Tout ça à ma droite qui s'oppose à la motion.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. Last row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 292, 292. Nays contre 0. Aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-262 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moved that Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. All of those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Sagana.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Rhoda. Mr. Rhoda. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip. Mr. Kung. Mr. Kung.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich-Colfathens.
Ms. May Saanich-Colfathens.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
At my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
At my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mrs. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Metapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKay, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mrs. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Rabial.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serret.
Monsieur Serret.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mrs. De Bruzen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr.
Row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
At my right.
Mr. Nolf.
Mr. Nolf.
Mrs. Sgro.
Ms. Sgro.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Peretti.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Leboutillier.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundee, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundee, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Left.
Mr. Falk. Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Left.
Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Police.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blenny, Bellechasse, Deschamins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blenny, Bellechasse, Deschamins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 217, 217, nays contre 76, 76.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Le Champ procédera mettre.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-354 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Ms. Trudell, moved that Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Use of Wood, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Rhoda. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sandwich Colfile.
Ms. May Sandwich Colfile.
Madame Portier.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Labarre.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes. Gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Et tout ça à ma...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Hello.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame
Mr.
Lapointe.
Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ludwig.
Mrs. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mrs. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
À ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguay.
Mr. Duguay.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jeffsnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Desangri.
Mr. Anna Desangri.
Second row at my right.
Stroh.
Ms. Stroh.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur
Mr.
Lametti.
Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr.
Monsieur
Bagnall.
Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. O'Regan.
First row at my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr.
Ms.
Sajan.
Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Shager.
Ms. Shager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Tilson.
Third row to my left.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller. Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genereux.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladdy.
Ms. Gladdy.
Dernier rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Et tous à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left. At my right, rather. Third row at my right.
Deuxième.
Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 217, 217, nays contre 75, 75.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Renvoyé au comité permanent.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources.
I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, order, members will want to hear this, I know, especially those who might be on House duty. Because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled
for another sitting.
We'll give him a minute.
Order. I encourage members to take their valuable conversations into the hallways because while there is no private members' business, of course, there is what we call the late show or the adjournment proceedings. And so I would ask colleagues to assist me, those who are listening at least, by saying shh. I thank colleagues for their cooperation. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and it's seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on October 19th last year, I raised concerns with the Minister of Environment, the Amjiwangnang First Nation members living adjacent to the Sarnia Industrial Complex has suffered high incidences of cancer, rashes, and respiratory diseases. Yet there's been minimal enforcement action by Conservative or Liberal governments on repeated spills and pollution incidences. This First Nations call for a health impact study has long been ignored, as has been the case for other First Nations. Federal authorities have failed to act despite clear power and duty to act, despite constant flaring of acid gas and repeated spikes in sulfur dioxide releases. The Minister of Environment responded that while the situation in Sarnia is very worrying, she's encouraged by the steps taken by the Ontario government. She agreed on the need for strong regulations to ensure clean air and health protection and shared her government looks forward to strengthening the CEPA. We're still waiting for those reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, the powers needed to address the concerns at Sarnia exist now. Quite simply, there's a lack of political will to act. The Environment Minister is empowered to list and regulate toxins and a mandatory duty to monitor environmental quality and to develop and deliver that system in consultation with Aboriginal peoples. Many of the toxins emitted by Sarnia Industries are federally regulated as toxins. For decades, federal governments have consulted on strengthened standards for toxins with no action. They know Canadian emission standards remain far weaker than those of other jurisdictions. The Federal Minister of Health has a mandatory duty to investigate where information comes to her attention that toxins may impact health. What is their excuse for failing to act to protect this suffering community? The Prime Minister continues to espouse there's no greater priority for him than delivering a nation-to-nation relationship and respecting the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples. Yet he sits by forcing the First Nation to seek intervention of the courts on information that should be readily available to the community. The cumulative impacts of all the industrial emitters in Sarnia. Why are they seeking this information? Studies finding abnormally low male birth rates in the community have suggested potential connections to the proximity to the industrial emissions. The community members also report high rates of asthma and miscarriages. Yet to date, there's been no comprehensive study to assess the health effects of the emissions on this community. Frankly, neither has there been a health study in response to calls by the Indigenous communities of Northern Alberta, a call that has been ignored by successive federal governments for decades despite the government's duty to act. There seems to be a common theme running through the responses by the Environment Minister, that regulating industrial emissions and environmental and health impacts of industry is a provincial responsibility. That view is unsupported by either federal law or rulings of the courts. Will this government finally step up and respond to the pleas of this Indigenous community to address their concerns with the impacts of industrial emissions on their health?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to attempt to address the question posed by the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona regarding the regulation of toxic substances. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to reducing the risk posed to Canadians by toxins and toxic substances. We are working with the provinces and territories to set stronger air quality standards to improve air quality and to protect the health of Canadians and their environment. These standards have continuous improvement built in, as well as keeping clean areas clean. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, Canada published the Multi-Sector Air Pollutants Regulations, Canada's first federal regulatory requirements for industrial air emissions. The regulations apply to thousands of sources of air pollution across Canada, including to oil and gas and chemical facilities. And these regulations are expected to reduce 2,000 kilotons of nitrogen oxide emissions, resulting in over $6 billion in cumulative health and environmental benefits for Canadians over the 2016 to 2035 period. Mr. Speaker, in May of 2017, we proposed new national regulations that will reduce emissions of toxic air pollutants from many of the petroleum and petrochemical facilities which currently operate in Sarnia. It is anticipated that the proposed regulations will result in $238 million in health benefits resulting from air quality improvements over the period from 2017 to 2035. Mr. Speaker, these proposed regulations are also expected to provide better air quality for Canadians living and working near certain oil and gas facilities. Cleaner air, we believe, leads to improved human health, including fewer asthma symptoms, a reduced risk of premature death, and fewer heart-related issues. The Chemicals Management Plan assesses chemicals used in Canada and takes action on those found to be harmful. And through the Chemical Management Plan, the Government of Canada has committed to address 4,300 priority chemicals by 2020 and has considered more than 2,700 chemicals to date. We will continue to identify where further actions are required to prevent and to control risks.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the response. Unfortunately, it still does not address or respond to the issues and concerns raised by this First Nation community and, frankly, many First Nation communities, including those in Northern Alberta. It's one thing to consult, as successive governments have for decades. It's another thing to actually put that standard in place, to make legally binding standards, and then to go out and inspect and to enforce. And thirdly, where is the demanded health study? The two ministers have responsibility under this legislation. There is a mandatory duty. When this information comes to our attention, the government appears to be admitting that these chemicals have been causing serious harm, which of course they do. And so where is the next step of moving in and actually genuinely assessing the impacts and whether or not additional measures need to be taken more expeditiously?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her passion on this issue, her continued interest, and her inquiry. And I'm pleased to be able to inform her that our government has been actively working with provinces and territories to set stronger air quality standards which improve air quality and protect the health of Canadians and their environment. And most recently, through a collaborative partnership with the, forgive me as I try to pronounce this, Amjunang First Nation and the Province of Ontario, Environment and Climate Change Canada installed a permanent air quality monitoring station in their community. Data collected will be used to inform the next steps in addressing local air quality issues. Environment and Climate Change Canada is also working with that First Nation and is providing capacity funding to enable meaningful engagement with the First Nation regarding their legitimate environmental concerns. We continue to work with Indigenous communities across Canada on industrial air pollution, and we remain committed to protecting the health and safety of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 19th, I rose in the House to talk about something that is very important to me and which is important to my community, to my constituents, and I believe all Canadians, and this is the labeling of GM foods. I questioned the government about this issue because at this precise moment, a group, the organization called GMO Vigilance, has revealed that 5 million genetically modified salmon have been sold in Quebec, and major grocery stores such as Provigo, IGA, and Metro have asserted that they would not sell them because the Canadian population doesn't want them. That's 5 million of these salmon, genetically modified salmon, which have ended up in the plates of Quebecers or Canadians. So have Quebecers been eating this salmon unwittingly? This GM salmon has probably ended up in institutions like hospitals, prisons, perhaps daycare centers, and this is very worrisome. The Canadians want their government to be transparent. They don't want GM food, and with respect to GM salmon, this is the very first animal that was authorized to be genetically modified and that has been consumed by people, the first in the world. And this happened in Canada, and it seems that Quebecers were the guinea pigs. I think that Quebecers and Canadians want to know what they're eating. They want to know if it has too much salt, too much fat, too much sugar, and they also want to know if they're eating GMO food.
There is a broad consensus among the Canadian population for mandatory labeling of GMOs. A Health Canada survey revealed that over 80% of Canadians support mandatory labeling of genetically modified foods. In May 2016, with Health Canada approving the commercialization of genetically modified salmon, Canada was the first country to authorize production for human consumption of an animal genetically modified. While everyone knows that there is GM salmon sold without our knowledge, the Liberal government needs to listen to the people. GM salmon is currently in circulation in our restaurants, hospitals, schools, and daycares. That's why the Liberal government must quickly tag genetically modified salmon, because Canadians have the right to know. Canadians have the right to know what they are putting on their plate. We need the mandatory labeling of GMOs. Monsieur le Président, récemment...
Mr. Speaker, recently, an article in the Journal de Montréal, which appeared December 18th, confirmed what we already knew, that Quebecers are indeed eating GM salmon unwittingly. This was confirmed by a spokesperson for GMO Vigilance, and this person said, and I quote, "We were able to confirm that it truly was GM salmon, which landed in Quebec in June, as we suspected." Mr. Speaker, I know I don't have much time left, but I'd like to know why the government is not answering the questions of Canadians who want a mandatory labeling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Drummond for his question, and I'm very pleased for the opportunity to talk about the labeling of genetically modified foods in Canada. Mr. Speaker, genetically modified foods are becoming far more common every day and are part of the regular diet of all Canadians. GM foods that have been approved by Health Canada have been consumed in Canada for very many years and are as safe and nutritious as their non-genetically modified counterparts. In the case of GM animals, Health Canada, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and the Environment and Climate Change Canada work very closely together to verify that they are safe for food, feed, and the environment before they are allowed to enter the Canadian marketplace. Any food product that enters the marketplace, genetically modified or not, must comply with all Canadian laws and regulations, and this includes labeling in a manner that is truthful and not misleading. The CFIA verifies that food products meet labeling requirements, and it takes enforcement action if it identifies violations, and this may include potential prosecution. Mandatory labeling of foods can be required by Health Canada where there are health or safety concerns that could be mitigated through labeling or to highlight a significant nutritional or compositional change. This is also the case for genetically engineered foods. Voluntary labeling is permitted in order to provide consumers with information that is not related to the safety of the product. And to facilitate the use of such voluntary labeling, the Government of Canada supported the development of a national standard to provide guidance on the voluntary labeling of GM products. The guidance helps make sure that any claims made comply with the labeling requirements of the Food and Drugs Act and the Consumer Packaging and Labeling Act. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the decision as to whether or not to proceed with voluntary labeling rests with the company producing. The topic of labeling products of biotechnology has received significant international consideration in the context of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. the international standard setting body for food of which Canada is a member. Codex provides guidance text for the labeling of foods derived from modern biotechnology, and Canada's current approach is consistent with the guidance provided. With regard to salmon, Mr. Speaker, before a genetically modified food animal can be sold in Canada, it must be determined to be safe to be sold as food. Health Canada and the CFIA complete vigorous reviews of GM salmon for food and feed prior to approving for their sale in Canada. All approved genetically modified salmon being sold in Canada has been assessed, and it is considered safe for human consumption as it is for conventional salmon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond.
To know, and that's what they are asking for. Les Canadiens ont le droit de savoir.
Canadians have the right to know. That's why they're asking for mandatory labeling of GMOs. Now, you're talking about questions of safety. It's recognized as safe by Health Canada, and yet irradiated food should be pointed out by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, because irradiated foods have to be labeled, it's mandatory, by the CFIA. So why is this not the case for GMOs? More than 80% of the Canadian people want this. This isn't some small group of crazies. It's 80% of Canadians want to choose what they're eating and want to know what they're eating. Thank you.
Of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in response to the member from Drummond's follow-up, I'd offer him this. First of all, I'd remind him of my earlier remarks that with regard to genetically modified salmon, before a genetically modified food can be sold, animal food can be sold in Canada, it must be determined to be safe before it can be sold as food. And as part of the review of novel food, mandatory labeling is considered when there are clear health risks that can be mitigated through labeling. And if there are no health and safety concerns identified, then there are no special labeling requirements. And if a company chooses to make a voluntary claim, the Canadian National Labeling Standard for Genetically Engineered Foods can assist companies to make claims that are truthful and that do not mislead consumers. This standard was developed through extensive consultation with industry and with the public. It provides guidance, Mr. Speaker, to food manufacturers who choose to make claims regarding the presence or absence of genetically engineered foods so that they are in compliance with the labeling requirements of the Food and Drugs Act and the Consumers Packaging and Labeling Act. The CFIA is responsible for enforcing these labeling requirements.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is how a young veteran in my riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith, described dealing with Veterans Affairs. Keep in mind, this is a young man who served our country and has PTSD. He said it's like being given a jigsaw puzzle and turning out the lights. How inhumane. My constituency office is one of many across the country flooded with urgent requests for help accessing government services. And it's not because these people do not qualify, it's because they simply cannot get through to government agencies or can't access the necessary information or forms that they require. Many tell me that they feel as if they're being systematically stonewalled by the very agencies that supposedly exist to support them. Phone lines are jammed to the point that they aren't even permitted to remain on hold or leave a message. Instead, they are advised to call back later, which yields the same result no matter what time of day they pick up the phone. Insiders readily admit to my staff that some governmental agency phone trees are designed to send people in circles and eventually drop their call because the systems are too overloaded to handle the number of calls pouring in at any minute. The agencies themselves are understaffed and under-resourced, leaving the staff that remain stretched so thin and that they're scrambling to deal with the ever-growing backlog. Wait times are stretching from days to weeks to months, whether it's a simple callback, a much-needed refund, or an anxiously awaited application approval. Canadians are waiting longer and longer, and they're suffering undue stress and financial hardship as a result. I've heard from women trying to access unemployment insurance when they're on maternal leave, trying to access the Canada Child Benefit, feeling that they're being cross-examined by agencies for funding that they are truly entitled to. I hear families separated by refugee status say the father was thought to be killed in war, but he has been discovered. He's now, his wife, now a refugee in Canada, applying to have the family reunification process take place. This young mother's children are now saying to her, we don't even believe you. We don't even believe that our father's alive because it's been so many years we've been waiting. And the parents tell me that they're missing seeing their children growing up. It's heartbreaking, and it's not fair. The summertime was the worst. It's as if Service Canada didn't anticipate that staff would be going away on holiday, and the phone lines were jammed even worse than ever. Canadians accustomed to reliable service are increasingly becoming disillusioned with our inability to help them navigate. And the shift to online platforms makes it even worse. For Canadians of all ages, where they accidentally fill out the wrong form and get kicked back when it turns out they filled out the wrong paperwork, or especially seniors, people with disabilities who do not have access to a computer or simply are not computer literate. They deeply resent being told they have to go to the web instead of dealing with a front person at the front counter. Low-income Canadians, seniors, these are the people that especially should have the support they need from our government. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, when will this government restore Canadians' faith in the system set up to serve them, and when will the federal government reinvest in the workers to provide this service?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for raising this important question. And I want to begin by assuring all members of this House that our government is determined to provide Canadians with the help that they need and that they deserve. This determination, we believe, is reflected in the service standards that have been set out for retirement pensions and employment insurance benefits and in measures that we are in taking to improve service delivery. Service standards have allowed us to evaluate the way in which Service Canada does its work and are essential to offering Canadians the best possible service. And I offer, for example, in the case of Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security benefits, the goal is to issue payments to eligible seniors during the first month of eligibility in 90% of cases. And to date, the Department is in fact achieving this goal. In terms of how quickly employment insurance benefits are paid, the Service Canada standard is to issue the first payment of a notice of non-payment in the 28 days after a claim is made, with an annual objective of achieving the standard 80% of the time. And my colleague, I hope, will be pleased to learn that in 2016-2017, Service Canada exceeded this objective with an annual result exceeding 83%. And also for this fiscal year, the results as of September 30th was 82.5%, again surpassing our annual objective. That said, Mr. Speaker, some claims take more time to process than others, and for various reasons. And for some claims, the Department may not have received all the necessary information, or it may be necessary to validate that information on some claims to verify eligibility for benefits. And in such cases, the Department tries to issue the benefits to clients as quickly as possible, while ensuring that all the necessary information is available and has been examined in order to make the right decision. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the complexity of claims, volume is another factor that affects the Department's ability to meet service standards. And depending on the labour market conditions and other factors, this volume of benefit claims can vary significantly during the year. These variations can change claim processing speed from one week to the next, but I wish to assure my colleague that Service Canada keeps close track of the variations in claim volume and makes adjustments quickly. The Department allocates resources where they are needed so that Canadians receive their services and their benefits in a timely manner. And Mr. Speaker, we know that millions of Canadians count on the Government of Canada to gain access to the services that they are entitled to. We also know that they expect their government to offer fast, high-quality service, whether online, over the phone, or in person. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2017, we announced an investment of $12.1 million to develop modern approaches to service delivery for the fiscal year 2017-2018. And employment insurance will be the first program targeted for this modernization initiative. And thanks to this initiative, Canadians will have easier access to service and to benefits. And it will allow us to process claims more quickly and efficiently. And once it's complete, the Benefits Delivery Modernization Project will offer Canadians an improved, consistent, and modern client experience for all programs: employment insurance, Canada Pension Plan, and Old Age Security. And as you can see, Mr. Speaker, in addition to existing service and processing standards, our government is taking targeted measures to improve the quality of services offered to all Canadians. The needs of Canadians are our first priority, and we will continue to ensure that they get the services that they deserve and that they are entitled to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment insurance support is fully funded by payments paid by the workers. So that's not a gauge of the government's commitment to funding and supporting the frontline workers that do this processing. In Nanaimo, the place that I represent, we have a Service Canada office, but still, even sometimes Service Canada says, go up the hill to the MP's office. I have great constituency workers who do an awful lot of casework in my office, but not every MP offers that service. The system should not be dependent on MPs doing casework that the government is unable to do. And if I can just say as strongly as I can to my colleague, again, constituents say, I just want to know how long I'm going to have to wait. Why can't I get that reporting? It's heartbreaking, the stories we hear, and the system is not working as the member describes.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also have a responsibility for managing a constituency office where many low-income seniors and others desperately needing help arrive at our door asking for assistance. And I quite sincerely believe it's all of our responsibility to do everything we can to ensure that Canadians have access, ready access, easy access to the services and supports that they need. I would also advise the member that during the fiscal year 2016-2017, Service Canada has made considerable progress in improving service delivery in all of its programs. We know that many of these programs and services were badly understaffed and underfunded, but they've made significant improvements over the past fiscal year, and that was thanks to the implementation of major measures aimed at optimizing processing capacity and simplifying the processes the Canadians experience. They have also a service delivery strategy which is aimed at modernizing services according to their citizens' expectation, based on our government's commitment to improve Canadians' client service experience. Mr. Speaker, we understand that Canadians expect to receive services that respond to their expectations, receive them as quickly as possible, and with all of the support that they require. And that's exactly what we are committed to offering.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc.
The House thus stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.